Hello, good morning. Testing one, two. Okay. I think my kids would pay more attention to me if I had echo on. Yeah. I'm just gonna count down. It's not supposed to sound this way, I promise.
Batting first for the Mariners.
Oh, thank you. This morning, and we're back. Thank you for being here with us today. Okay, that's better. Thank you. We will begin our business meetings, and so pardon me, I'm going to work through this. If there's echo that comes and goes, I'm sure some of it has to do with us streaming online, but we'll get through it. Okay. So we're going to begin our business meetings with the public forum this morning. I can't promise all the microphones are on echo, but it's pretty cool. Members of the public who wish to provide testimony but could not be here in person may also join us virtually in just a moment. And we have had a few sign up. We also asked the comments
Trees, my colleague, to provide comments on behalf of the commission. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Trace. I'm not used to speaking in an echo chamber, but I'll continue. Would you rather stop in an echo chamber? So, With that, I want to say hello to the TriMet Board of Directors. It's good to see you all here in the city of Beaverton. For the record, my name is Pam Treese. I'm Commissioner for District 2 in Washington County, and this is you are in my district right now, as well as Catherine, our chair, has all districts, but she is in my district, and so is your general manager. So I'm very proud to be here today. I want to first thank TriMet for resuming your longstanding practice of hosting your board meetings out in the communities you serve. As we return to this post-pandemic normal, if you will, getting back together like this is so important to continue the collaboration that we've developed over the years. So I applaud that you do meet in your communities. I also want to appreciate the investments that TriMet has made and are committed to in Washington County. We greatly appreciate TriMet's commitment to expand the Regional Coordination Program Fund, the $5.8 million Washington County will receive over the next 2 years to help serve urban areas with little to no fixed route transit in partnership with Ride Connection. TriMet's Forward Together plan includes great improvements for our community, including more frequent service and extended service along some of the major streets that serve key West Side destinations and high-growth areas. The all-day frequent service along Cornell Road, 185th Avenue, and Beaverton Hillsdale Highway, better connecting major regional centers, including PCC's Rock Creek campus and the Willow Creek campus. Extending the service to connect growing parts of Washington County, including Progress Ridge, River Terrace, South Cooper Mountain, South Hillsborough, and the North Hillsborough employment area. Adding service to underserved areas to provide better access to Max Light Rail, including along Cornelius Pass Road, Baseline Road, Walker Road, 170th Avenue, 205th Avenue, and Garden Home. I'm covering just about all of Washington County here. While these improvements are wonderful for our community, we still have many transit needs. Washington County and the cities of Beaverton, Hillsborough, Tigard, and Tualatin are partnering on the Washington County Transit Study to engage our community members and help establish a vision for transit service in Washington County. Some of the needs and opportunities we've heard aren't going to come as a surprise to you, but they include more routes, higher service frequency, and safer, more comfortable transit stops. TriMet has also committed to a fully zero-emissions bus fleet by 2040. That transition started right down the road here at the Merlot Operations Facility, where TriMet debuted their first 5 battery electric buses in 2019, running on our own Line 62, where our chair lives. So we're pleased that these buses are still running on Line 62, providing the benefits of clean air and quiet vehicles to our streets in our communities. And now, with the help of a federal appropriation from Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici, I know that TriMet is investing in the next phase of charging infrastructure for the battery electric buses at Merlot Garage. I think I said Metro because of one of your board members. Anyway, to expand their zero emissions fleet and the benefit that they bring to our community. I'm also encouraged by the service enhancements that TriMet is working to bring to our area, including the Better Red project that will add the 10 new stops that your general manager talked about this morning that take us from Hillsborough out to the Portland International Airport. It's improvements like these that will get more Washington County residents, workers, and our visitors on transit and eventually riding those zero emissions buses that run exclusively on renewable energy. This is a future that's attainable for us in relationship to our climate goals, and I really am pleased that we're all working together to make that happen. So thank you to the TriMet board for meeting with us here today, and I look forward to our continued partnership in keeping our region and our economy moving forward on those zero-emission buses. So thank you so much, and one more time, thank you for meeting in your communities. It's very important to all of us. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Musical chairs.
Good morning and welcome to Beaverton. I'll echo Chairwoman Harrington and Commissioner Trace. I also live in Commissioner Trace's second district, so fun to be in good company here today. I'm Danielle Siver with the Westside Economic Alliance and also a longtime Max writer, along with my adult child and teenage child. Thank you for the longtime investments here on the West Side. We want to thank TriMet staff. They're critical thinkers. They're really involved in the WEA and the work that we do. In fact, General Manager DeSue was at our board meeting last month, and we thank you for that update and the long discussion with our board. We want to be a part of the solution, moving the TriMet infrastructure forward. We're committed to working with the business community and across our jurisdictions to realize the outcomes that create a stronger and healthy community with a unified voice for the thriving economy and region. Our work, whether convening important conversations in committee or in a forum, or when we're participating in regional policy conversations, create an environment which support local business and our workforce, and which means advocating for a complete transit system. This transit is a critical part of a thriving economy. In Washington County, access to transit is access to opportunity. We know that TriMet is responsible for getting people to work, out to their daily responsibilities, out to socialize, and out to shop. These services are critically important as Washington County and the West Side grows, and there's more growth on the horizon. As we continue to return after the pandemic, people are moving across the region differently, and workers especially have new transit needs. We want to thank TriMet for working with our West Side communities to tackle these challenges head on, especially with the Forward Together service project. Changes like the new frequent service and extending lines to serve our growing population, especially in South Cooper Mountain, are essential to connecting workers and customers to our vibrant businesses. TriMet's new Better Red project will offer the one-seat ride between PDX and Hillsborough, creating an even better and more convenient connection for the world. At the Westside Economic Alliance, we appreciate TriMet's focus on supporting all of our Westside businesses. TriMet's a critical part of our economy, and we want to thank you for being such an essential part of what makes the Westside region a premier place to live, work, and live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next to the public forum, I'd like to invite from Centro Cultural, we have a representative, Jairo Rodriguez. And I have no other names listed for in person. So unless there are other names, I'm going to stop right there. I see some hands. Oh, thank you. And I will also invite, thank you for that, Juan Vildosola. Thank you very much. Jairo?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members. My name is Jairo Rodriguez, and I am a Washington County resident. I am the executive assistant to Maria Caballero Rubio, who is the executive director at Centro Cultural, and I am here on her behalf. It is an honor to represent Centro here today. I just want to thank you, first and foremost, to be here in Beaverton and to host your meeting here in our community. We appreciate TriMet's commitment serving our people of Washington County, and in particular, my community. I want to highlight the great partnership that Centro has enjoyed with TriMet since 2017. Centro Cultural is a community-based hub where people can get discounted fares. We collaborate with your staff to provide language and culturally specific information and materials to assist people in accessing Hop Card honor system reduced fare programs, with this year alone helping over 600 people. Our collaboration is focused on ensuring that our community, as well as your riders, get the most value for their money and continue to have access to transportation, even when fares increase next year. Central will continue to host events and share information to get more people enrolled in these valuable and indispensable programs. Lastly, we appreciate your bilingual community engagement team and their effort to engage with our community at numerous community events. We truly believe that all are welcome on TriMet. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Juan.
Hello. Click here. Yes. Hello. Buenos dias. So I'm here to invite everyone in the board and just TriMet in general to be a partner, to join forces with the Frog Ferry. And I'm going to talk about it in a little bit. I'm going to read off of my notes here. My background, so my name is Juan, and I'm a board member of the St. John's Neighborhood Association. And I live at the bottom of Cathedral Park. I don't know if you all have been there, but we have zero transit options there. So yeah, I'm originally from Mexico, from Monterrey. It's the second largest metropolitan area there. And our city planning Bible is a direct translation of the U.S. Highway Capacity Manual. So all of my life, I've struggled with transportation since I don't own a car, and I aspire to never own a car because they produce emissions and cause deadly accidents, and because they're an individualist solution for a collective problem. So yeah, like I said, car infrastructure, no matter where I live, has robbed me of my freedom to move around the city by reducing the transportation options to one. St. John's is far from many places in Portland. I once had to take a 2-hour bus ride to go to a 15-minute meeting and then 2 hours to get back to my house. This week, I wanted to go to a concert in Washington, so I looked up directions. The transit directions was drive for 15 minutes and then get into a bus and then get a lift when you get to the other end. So we've talked to TriMet before, and I think that they said that they can't send a bus down to where Cathedral Park is because the streets are unsafe. So we have the perfect solution here. So when I joined the neighborhood association, I learned about the Frog Ferry. This is my hat. And that would be basically like the perfect solution. We need transportation on the river. It would be super accessible for us down there. I've come here with a group of people that can talk about it more, and they're pretty much experts on the topic. I think that we can work together. We have a lot of things that would be beneficial for both of us. We could help you reach your electrification goals and many more in general, I think. So yeah, right now the commute from St. John's, if I were to take bus 15 or 16, 44 or 75 to the Max line, I would maybe like a little bit over an hour to get downtown. Frog Ferry would do that in 25 minutes. And also the Vancouver thing that I said, like Frog Ferry also plans to have a stop in Vancouver, so that issue would also be solved. So I just invite everyone here to join forces with us. The ask is to tell City Council to assure them that we can work together, because that is their main concern. If they think we can't work together, they're not going to vote us into the Regional Transportation Plan list, and we need to do that to access federal funds.
Thank you, Juan. We have a few others that have signed up to testify this morning, and I'll call you by name. Next, we have Jennifer Schloming, and I'll apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name, and Soren Garber.
This one's live? Yeah. The pronunciation was perfect. Thank you, Ozzy.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Schloming. I live in St. John's, having returned to Portland after a 24-year hiatus in Ashland. Before leaving Portland, I served as personal staff to Neil Goldschmidt and Connie McCready. My focus was transportation. The downtown transit mall and the MAX trains became Portland's trade for the proposed Mount Hood Freeway. Portland was recognized nationally for its bold innovation in the transportation sector. I'm here this morning on behalf of River Transit. Although in the late 70s, we knew that it wasn't a possibility at the moment, it was a clear next step after the mall and the trains. The federal funds just weren't in place. They are now. With the Biden infrastructure funds from a regular pot of a $40 million federal investment in ferries, it is now $300 million. The missed opportunity, if we don't buy into river transit at this moment, will be a hard thing to explain to future generations. Portland is one of 4 cities its size in the nation without river transit. We're on one of 4 that's on a transportation system. So I am aware, I know you're aware of the opportunities for community vitality in the St. John's neighborhood, which has been hit badly by the pandemic. We are shuttered to the max. We don't look like Multnomah. We don't look like Hawthorne. We don't look like Clinton. We are pretty beat up. So river transit at this moment, where there's a chance to do something new, to visit a part of the city you don't know so well, would be a game changer for us. It's also a chance for the TriMet board to be a welcome to something that's innovative, that will put Portland back in a national focus that says yes rather than, God, can't that city ever get it right? So I am aware of TriMet's ability now to establish amicable working relationships with other mobility providers. And I'm asking for that same welcome to a relationship with Frog Ferry. In particular, we'd appreciate a letter to that effect before we come before the City Council to testify on behalf of River Transit next Wednesday. The window is closing fast. If we don't get it now, we're lost for a possibility for another 5 years. The planet doesn't have 5 years for climate. You've been listening to it from other folks this morning. It's now. So treat us like you would the lime green scooters, anybody else, just somebody that you're willing to say, yeah, they can do it. We don't have to do it for them, but we're in agreement that that's something that the region can be well served by. Thanks so much for your time. I'll turn it to Soren.
Good morning, President Gonzalez, board members.
I think this is one that's hot. Is this hot?
Go ahead. You can turn yours on. Go ahead. There you go.
Yeah? Okay. Good morning, Board President Gonzalez, board members, general manager. My name is Soren Garber. I'm a transportation planning consultant, a Multnomah County resident, and like Jennifer and Juan before me, I'm a Frog Ferry supporter, the Friends of Frog Ferry. As you know, the St. John's and North Peninsula areas are challenging to serve transit-wise, especially to the jobs-rich areas of the region. We've done our studies and we found we can shave 40 minutes from that trip from Lombard, where the 4 and the 44 land, to River Place. With TriMet, with your planning department, we completed an operational feasibility study, and we found that a Frog Ferry is not only feasible, and this would be between Vancouver, Washington, and Oregon City, but would have many advantages for transit commuters. But we want to start with a pilot test of just between the existing docks owned by the city's Parks Department, at Cathedral Park and River Place. We're not asking for any money. As Jennifer said, we're asking to be placed on the RTP. In order to be placed on the RTP, you have to be part of an adopted plan, and that's what we're going to Portland City Council with next Wednesday, to ask for them to accept the findings of our operational feasibility study. In fact, 2 councilors have requested publicly last April that we demonstrate that we are integrated with TriMet, and clearly it doesn't take a genius to realize that we can supplement TriMet's service, we can be integrated, and we could be help all transit commuters throughout the region. But we do need a statement from TriMet stating that we can work together. More research is needed, obviously, but we can work together. We can supplement TriMet where there are some challenges for their service. We can also, if we're talking about the 4 and the 44 in St. John's, which are very expensive routes to operate, we can possibly talk about cost reductions for operating those 2 lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. We have one more public forum request signatory that I have listed here in person, and that is James Paulson. you could please make your way.
Good morning. Hi, my name is James Paulson, and I am the board chair for Frog Ferry, as well as I'm the board chair for the Workforce Investment Board for this region, which is Multnomah, Washington counties, in the city of Portland. And as you've heard, and I've heard from other testimony, a lot of people have talked about the importance of jobs. You've talked about how you've improved a lot of routes out here in Washington County, and a lot of that is really going to help workers. And it really helps a lot of workers who, sorry about that, who have to actually physically be at work. And that's why you see the lines in the increasing the frequency of lines. It's to move people to work. And that's one of the key pieces of TriMet. And that's one of the reasons why we feel that supporting Frog Ferry would work so well and complement what you're doing. When we look at the residents of North Portland, St. John's area specifically, they have many challenges around getting to higher paid jobs, one of which is getting downtown. And that's where the Frog Ferry system could be extremely helpful in cutting that time on the commute. We're looking at the Frog Ferry system as being nothing more than a community good. We're not looking for TriMet to operate the system. We're looking for TriMet as a partner. And we have been working with a lot of folks in the planning department, but we just keep coming up against roadblocks. What we'd really like is the opportunity in which to engage with TriMet staff and so forth, the decision makers within the organization, so then we can help them have a deeper understanding of how what we're doing complements what TriMet's doing and how our systems could be integrated. We really need your support as we go to City Council to put together a plan so then we can actually bring this innovative opportunity to our region. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your testimony, James. And I appreciate the comments coming here in person this morning, and I'd love to provide the opportunity during our general manager's report to respond to some of the comments raised. Before we move into those reports, we do have a few folks that have signed up online to testify, and I'd like to bring those folks forward at this time. And I will read off one name at a time here, just to avoid any online queuing that I have no idea how that would work. So I'd like to invite, let's see, I think we have David Holt. Is that a virtual
Yes, can you hear me okay? Testing my sound.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Holt.
All set then? Okay. President Gonzalez and TriMet Board of Directors, good morning. My name is David Holt. I am the Medical Center Director for the VA Portland Healthcare System. I'm also a proud Beaverton resident, making sure I brought that in there as well. Proud to live in Beaverton. I wanted to share some information about our veteran heroes that we serve and some broader information about veterans in our communities. VA Portland Healthcare System that I run is a 2-division Joint Commission accredited facility that administers a wide range of primary care, emergency, specialty, tertiary, and long-term care to veterans throughout Oregon and southwestern Washington. We proudly serve side by side with Oregon's OHSU and are connected by a bridge, and we share much of the care that our veterans receive in this valley. In addition to these 2 main divisions located in Portland and Vancouver, we also operate 10 community clinics spread across Northern Oregon, including Portland, West Lynn, and Hillsborough. We also have a community resources and referral center in downtown Portland that serves homeless veterans. Our catchment area includes 30,000 square miles and 26 counties. We have over 4,000 employees and 500 volunteers. In fiscal year 2022, we provided care to 97,000 veterans and managed 1 million outpatient visits. Most of our veterans have either one, a significant financial challenge, or two, military-related injuries that make transportation difficult, or three, both, financial challenges and significant healthcare injuries and illnesses. They're our nation's heroes. The Portland VA Medical Center on Markham Hill has 3 TriMet bus lines that serve the hospital daily for veterans, staff, and visitors. Line 8 arrives about every 15 minutes with 73 trips per day. Line 43 and 56 arrive about 35 times a day, all combined for about 4,290 trips that TriMet makes each month to the VA Portland Medical Center on the Hill. By the way, thank you. Our veterans and our staff couldn't make it without you. Of course, there are many more veterans in the metro area that don't reach us who use your transportation. According to the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs, there are nearly 272,000 veterans living in the state of Oregon, most of those in the metro Portland area and surrounding counties. Multnomah County has 38,000, Washington County more than 29,000, Clackamas County nearly 24,000 veterans. 91,000 veterans plus all of those who don't use our services is an impressive number of people among us in our community who have served our country and earned our respect and gratitude for their sacrifice. VA Portland healthcare system tries to contribute to that transportation network with about 80 trips per day through our own Veterans Transportation Service, which we've been doing for about 11 years. We work hard to accommodate the increasing number of veteran healthcare needs and providing critical transportation with 12 vehicle operators. By the end of our fiscal year, in a few days, we will have provided more than 20,000 trips for homeless veterans, those who have unplanned hospital discharges, and those veterans who need help to get to their critical appointments at the VA. Unfortunately, VA cannot serve all veterans who need transportation, and we thank you as our TriMet partners for providing most of that transportation for our veterans. And I just wanted to mention in closing 2 things. One, there are a couple of rural areas where we are not able to provide service. There are very many logistical challenges in Beaver Creek, Oregon, and Forest Grove. Much of that is due to traffic, bridges, sparse veteran population, but they have needs as well and constantly looking for transportation options. In conclusion, our mission at VA is to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors. We thank you, our TriMet partners, for helping us keep that promise to our nation's veterans and our Oregon veterans. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Director Holt. Next, I'd like to ask Andrew Holbert, Executive Director of Courtney Place Veterans Housing in Salem, to join us.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Good morning, President Gonzalez and board members, and thank you for allowing me to testify this morning. As the President stated, my name is Andrew Holbert. I'm a Marine Corps Iraq War combat veteran, and I'm also the Executive Director of Courtney Place Veterans Housing. Courtney Place is located in Salem and operates collaboratively with the Family YMCA of Marion and Polk County to provide affordable housing to low-income veterans as well as wraparound services. I have been involved with veteran advocacy with U.S. senators, congresswomen, governors, higher education, incarcerated individuals, and of course, homeless veterans for over 12 years. Let me start by saying how thrilled I am to hear about TriMet's decision to expand the Honored Citizen Fare to include active duty service members and veterans. In my experience, all too often, advocates for veterans fixate on treating the symptoms and not necessarily the illness itself. For example, agencies and nonprofits provide a myriad of benefits and job opportunities, but do not consider the lack of mobility and accessibility to get to said services. This oversight negates the population that needs those services and benefits the most. If it's all right with you all, I'd like to give you an example, a personal example. When I separated from the Marine Corps, I was married and had 2 very young children. I was 2 months shy of my 22nd birthday I had enrolled in college, was seeking employment, and attempting to navigate the VA health and benefits system. My wife was primarily a stay-at-home mom due to the age of our young children and the staggering costs of childcare. We had one vehicle. If I needed to go to the Portland VA Medical Center for an appointment, between the commute time and the appointment itself, I was gone with our only mode of transportation for easily 3 hours. When the situation was reversed, I was obviously left without the transportation as well. At this time, we did not have the financial means for excess, and every penny counted. Until we became financially able to afford another vehicle, all our commutability was sacrificed. This drastically impacted our lives and our ability to advance economically. The issue of transportation has proven to be a blind spot in regards to veterans' benefits. Without the means of travel, all progressive pathways are hampered. This could mean employment, education, social services, the list goes on. Access to transit is access to opportunity. Our veterans, after the sacrifices they have made, deserve the opportunity to commute safely and reliably to potentially life-changing appointments, meetings, interviews, etc. It is my opinion that removing this one singular financial obstacle to transportation would have a significant positive impact on our veteran population. I want to thank you to our TriMet partners here for your leadership in bringing this benefit to the veteran community. I commend you on your commitment to be the first transit agency in the nation to honor our veterans so profoundly. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I'd like to call up our next signatory, Madeline Lai.
Hi, my name's Madeline Liu. I'm new to Portland. I'm from California about a year ago. First thing I wanted to say is that I really appreciate TriMet and the public forum that they provide. From where I'm from, it's very much a commuter town, lots of cars. The bus is hardly used, so I think that the TriMet system is a really awesome source for people to use and actually convert people from using cars to actually get on the bus and public transit. So I really appreciate that first and foremost. What I've come here to talk about today, though, is the fiscal year 2024 budget in particular. I was writing the bus lines and using my phone to tap in. I found that using the streetcar and the train and the bus all together is confusing for a person that doesn't know the system well. And I find that it's already easy to, it's not easy to make payments on the bus itself. And I believe that it's even harder for people that are less fortunate than I am to have a cell phone that works reliably to make payments, let alone get a hop card or know how to keep up with that and keep it on hand at all times so that they can continue to get on the bus. What I have been finding is that the system itself is, as far as budgeting goes, is very hard for me as an average citizen to understand. I conducted research on your 2024 budget, and I find that it's not adequate in conveying how much money is appropriated when I'm looking at it to the average citizen. I would like to know how $56.6 million of ticket revenue from fare can make a dent in the total $1.9 billion that is being accrued for this fiscal year. I've read through all the documentation and find that hard to understand. I've listened to the meetings, I've written the lines, and I took notes on everything, did some back of the envelope math on it, and I still don't really understand how the $700 million that is in unappropriated funds for this fiscal year is pretty much solely being used to prevent shortfalls and capital improvement plans for the oncoming years. What has been discussed is that the board is seeing shortfalls consistently throughout every year. And if there are shortfalls in the system consistently every year, then I believe it is time to question the system itself. I want to thank Director Way for being the only director to vote no on the fare hike that was recently voted for in May. I do believe that the board is ultimately has the best interests of the public at heart and wants to increase ridership and make the lines better for everybody. And if that's true, if TriMet believes that ridership is the lifeblood of the system, then I think it's important that they do collaborate with all the folks from Frog Ferry today that were speaking. I think that's a really good step. And I do call on the board to really observe what these fare hikes will do to ridership in the next coming year. And when we have organizations like Opal, Bus Riders United, Democratic Socialists of America come forward with comprehensive reform on how we can make a system that can operate cohesively without fares and continue to provide services at a high level, at even better level than it's already being provided, that those ears are open and that we can continue to make it better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your interest in the system, Madeline, and welcome to Oregon. Next, we have, I think will be our last testimony of this morning through the public forum, Douglas Allen from the Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates.
From President Gonzalez and directors, my name is Doug Allen with AORTA, Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates. Metro and JPAC are finishing up a 5-year update to the Regional Transportation Plan. At each update, there are ambitious goals for transit service and ridership to support equitable mobility, efficient compact regional development, and greenhouse gas reductions. Inevitably, transit fails to meet those goals. The biggest problem is a lack of funding for more service, which is the only way you will be able to attract sufficient ridership to meet those goals. ODOT is pouring money into freeway expansion projects and shortchanging maintenance, safety, and active transportation. They are looking at tolling and road user charges. PBOT wants more money, but who is looking out for transit? TriMet needs to double its service, and to do this, you need to double your funding. You have barely a year to get this figured out, since the legislative concepts need to be in place prior to the start of the 2025 session, when legislative leaders expect to hammer out another big transportation package, as happened in 2017. You are the ones who must do this. No one else will. Not Metro, not ODOT, not the cities. It is also time for TriMet to make cost effectiveness a priority. Why does the RTP project list still include the Southwest Corridor? As designed, it was not an attractive alternative to I-5 travel, and predicted ridership was low. At last Thursday's JPAC meeting, Tom Margraf from TriMet talked about the need for moving ahead with high-capacity transit projects. But are the ones on the books the ones we should be building today? It is time for some hard analysis. There is federal legislation being proposed to increase transit operating assistance, and TriMet needs to go all out in support. It makes no sense to build projects with federal money, yet provide a local match plus operating costs from scarce local revenues if these projects won't attract another ridership. Now for the 2024 session, a slightly smaller topic. There will be a bill to study extending west to Salem. You all know how the current west service is expensive to operate and carries few riders. West provides a high-speed link across a large swath of Washington County. If it ran more frequently and not just during rush hour and was integrated with frequent connecting service, you might just find that the subsidy per rider goes way down. Currently, the 1X bus service between Salem and Wilsonville is operated jointly by SMART and Chariots on I-5. They would like to see this become a Salem to Beaverton rail service with better local bus connections. I ask for your support for this study which would, of course, look at where funding would come from and who would operate it. Maybe West can't be fixed, but if it can, TriMet can be ready for implementing legislation during the 2025 session by doing this 2024 study bill. Meanwhile, be sure not to redesign the Beaverton Transit Center without considering the potential needs of more frequent West service and the need for an additional layover track there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Doug. And with that, that concludes our public forum as part of this session. And it's remarkable to hear so much interest for coordination, for increased service, increased collaboration with TriMet. And all bodes well, and it shows that we have a lot more work to do, but receptive audience and receptive partners is a critical step that we are very fortunate to have. So with that, I'd like to now pass the floor over to General Manager Dessou. Let's see, pardon me for a second. I'm gonna get my, oh, there we go. I knew I missed something. Hold on, General Manager. With no other members of the public signed up to testify, I'm going to close the public forum officially and open the business meeting. And with that, I'd like to open it up with board reports. So not so fast, General Manager. I'd like to first invite Director Edwards to provide an update from the latest meeting on the Committee on Accessible Transportation, otherwise known as CAT. Director Edwards.
Thank you, Chairman. Everyone can hear me fine, thank you. I was not able to attend the CAT meeting last week, but I have excellent minutes from the staff. And so I do want to share the goings-on of the CAT. The CAT is a very important committee, the Committee on Accessible Transportation. And I think they provide some really insightful information that helps improve the TriMet system. They will be having an open house on October 15th for the CAT committee. They will be looking at the new Type 6 trains, and it will give them an opportunity to share information about those trains, but also be able to look at the trains and see that they're accessible to everyone that uses the TriMet system. Under general comment, we did have someone that wanted to share their information about, they wanted to lower the income fare on the lift. And they wanted it to be half of the adult fare, or equal to the honored citizen fare, which is on the fixed routes. The committee issues that came up and will be addressed and answered by staff at the next meeting, they had several fixed route data points for ADA pass-ups and number of mobility devices boarding and being secured on the fixed route. That's been a challenge because the information hasn't been shared with everyone in regards to when someone is passed up on a fixed route, why they're being passed up. If the bus is full, or there may be other reasons that they're being passed up, but we want to explore that and get answers on that. Issues concerning citing and excluding problematic riders, requesting a definition on what problematic is. What is protocol for engaging security and issues with problematic riders? The University of Washington study, they wanted to see that and be able to analyze it as well. That study talked about trace amounts of drugs that are found on trains. We've had that issue here, not only on trains, but on the fixed route buses as well. Another concern was the accessibility planning. They wanted to make sure that they have input in that. Subcommittee agenda planning was being restricted to priorities of each subcommittee. SOPs for ramp deployments on trains, and issues with mask availability and resurgence of COVID numbers. There was a presentation that was given by our executive director, our TriMet Legal Services, Shelley Devine, as well as John DiLorenzo from Portland, who is an attorney for Davis Wright Tremaine Law Firm. And that was an issue that involved getting access to the transit. Sometimes there were barriers on the sidewalks, or there were tents from the homeless that are or houseless that are on the sidewalks as well. And those issues were raised, and there was some great concern, because if you have mobility issues, it's really challenging to try to access the buses or the transit as well. There was a lively discussion about all that, of course, because I appreciate the CAT, because they do not hold back. They're very lively, and those issues need to be addressed. And so that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Are there any questions or comments about the CAT report from our board? I will remind you, I'll do my best to see if you did have comments or questions and just want to flag it. You should all have your paper hands. All right, thank you, Director Edwards. Next, I'd like to invite to the floor Director Kim with an update from the Metro Policy Advisory Committee, otherwise known as MPAC.
Of course. Thank you, President. At the July MPAC meeting, Metro staff provided a retrospective legislative update on the housing and land use policy in the 2023 legislative session. Metro continued their series of growth management presentations with information on the long-term role of housing production and housing affordability, gentrification, and displacement trends. And this is part of the continued effort to prepare MPAC members to advise the Metro Council on its regional growth management decision that will be made in the late 2024. So this decision is made every 6 years to determine whether there is a need to expand the urban growth boundary. An update was also given on the current status of public engagement on this topic, as well as next steps in the process over the next year and a half. We are meeting again tonight, and we'll continue to discuss the urban growth boundary, urban growth management engagement process, and to receive an overview of the public comment that has been given on the 2023 Regional Transportation Plan. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim. Important topics being discussed. Are there any questions or comments about the Metro Policy Advisory Committee report? I see none. Thank you very much. Next, Director Wei has an update from the Transit Equity Advisory Committee, known as TIAC. Director Wei?
Thank you, President. So a couple of things. As Director Edwards mentioned in CAT, we also received an update on the University of Washington study around addressing and combating drug use on our systems, and the work that was done to assess the public health impact and the risk. So there's more information coming forward through that research and study. Pleased to hear that there is improved elevator access at the Hollywood Transit Center for ADA users beginning on August 28th. There is also an incredible design. I hope we have a visual later on with our 2 new lift buses with a design that was provided by community artists from North Pole PDX. And we received a really great, robust update about our Youth Summer Pass program that concluded on August 31st. We also have additional updates of grants that are now available for nonprofits serving ADA, seniors, and people with disabilities. There's a link on our website if you go to TriMet.org/access transit for how to get future grant opportunities. And there was also a note here that we are continuing to actively hire service workers on our career page. So please go ahead and check those out or promote them to your community. So I wanted to go just a little bit into detail about the Youth Summer Pass program and some of the impressive numbers that we saw. So the Youth Summer Pass program concluded on August 31st. We distributed over 30,000 summer passes. Those passes were distributed to 18 different school districts, including Portland Public Schools, community colleges, as well as private schools. The theme this year was Endless Summer, and received high reviews by high schoolers, so that's always great. The new passes also came in plastic holders, and again, as I mentioned, was available for the summertime for youth to get to just various places across our region. Portland Public Schools, shout out to them, had the highest usage with over 10,000 bus pass users. And then that was followed by East Multnomah County and Washington County, which had respectively 2,500 and 810 users. So I also mentioned community colleges. We're also part of this effort. PCC, Clackamas Community College, CCC, and Mount Hood had about 2,400 users over the summer. Private high schools had about 1,500 users. And also impressively, our community-based organizations that the team had a really great job in engaging with had about 3,700 users. So overall, just very impressive numbers with the way that our Youth Pass program has rolled out. In terms of just additional areas of support, the presentations and brochures were also produced in Spanish and English, but there's still some challenges in terms of just really efforts to improve communication with schools and students. We cannot directly promote the program in the schools. The responsibility really lies with each individual school district to promote the Youth Pass program, but I believe that there is going to be ongoing work with just how do we improve the communication, as well as adding additional languages for outreach. And then we also talked about the fare subsidy work group. So our TIAC members received an RFP information via email. So if they would like to participate, they need to register. We also had Portland State University and University of Washington and all other research members that were involved in, again, increasing the capacity to really research various fare options further. The research would address subsidies, reducing fare costs, as well as operating expenses. So really just sort of a community/research effort going on with the fare subsidy work group. And then there are just ongoing meetings, I believe, starting also today. There will be another fare subsidy work group. And then last but not least, I just want to give a big shout out to Amparo Augusto, John Gardner and his team for just doing a wonderful recap on the summer outreach program. They are now 5 members of that team representing various user groups in our transportation system. Their primary focus with this group is really community building and also addressing safety and equity in our services. Really excited to hear that the team expanded an additional language, which includes Vietnamese. So we have now additional speakers with various language skills. And in the summer, they organized and participated in over 40 events since June to really, again, engage writers and provide critical information. And so really big shout out to that team for being boots on the ground and engaging with community members. And I will note, since I am also representative for Clackamas County, that there is a slightly limited presence in Clackamas County. I believe we are working on that to, again, engage with many different communities and organizations that serve in Clackamas County. So thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Y. Great report. Are there any questions or comments about the Transit Equity Advisory Report from our board? Cool. Well, I have a comment. I simply wanted to thank TriMet staff for working with our community in this way, and especially thank our TIAC partner organizations. The stats you're providing from the endless summer, which was beautifully themed, that's my favorite kind of summer, are really a testament to the value that we as an agency receive from our community partners. So I encourage that collaboration to continue. I fully encourage our community partners to lean into the fare subsidy work group. So I thank you in advance for your dedication to that subject matter. And once again, without you, we couldn't be successful. You are an extension of our voice in the community. You are a trusted ally, and I'm really grateful for your championing of these youth programs and your support in their implementation and rollout. It's all bodes very well for future collaboration. So thank you very much. And with that, I would like to now pass it over to General Manager Dessou, who's going to be reporting out, or pardon me, I still have a little more work to do. Okay, sit tight, General Manager. We're almost there. I'm just excited to hear from you on all these things that are brought up today. But for now, I will report out on the General Manager's fiscal year 2023 performance, which includes the period from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. So we're playing some housekeeping catch-up on that. But as I shared at our July board meeting, my plan was to undertake that work and be ready to report to the board meeting and the public at our September board meeting. So here we are, my second board meeting, and we've definitely got our work cut out for us. So I'll go ahead and move into that report now. And the board, you did receive some documents that drafted my my performance review report. So I'd like to just summarize a few points here. First, I want to thank my fellow board members for the input that you've provided this summer, as well as for the work that was done by our previous board president. I know that some of us just joined as well, so I want to thank you for your interest in diving into this work right out the gate. But we do stand on the shoulders of some of our predecessors in this, who were on the executive committee, and were very instrumental in getting us through that year and up to this point. So if you're out there, President Simmons and President Baumann, or ex-President Simmons and Vice President Baumann, I want to thank you for your support in this process as well. So in your board packet is both an overview of the General Manager's FY23 performance and a comprehensive summary of each of the 12 performance objectives that we established in a work plan for the General Manager last calendar year, for those that were around. And specifically, those priorities are centered around ridership, safety, financial stewardship, capacity, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, employees and the employee experience, as well as community and community partnerships. So you could see we have a broad lens that we're applying. And for each of those objectives, specific actions and metrics were identified, and in your packet is the detailed report on the results for each deliverable, which I'm happy to bring to public record as of this meeting today. I'm happy to report, and in sum, General Manager Sam Dessou Jr. has met all of the objectives and the deliverables that were contained in the FY23 work plan, and this was no small feat. And I want to commend General Manager Dessou for his excellent work and his dedication to the tasks. His accomplishments in this past year, which has not been an easy year, reflect the General Manager's leadership and are also a tribute to the dedication and the commitment of the staff. And yes, a round of applause is in order if you so wish. I didn't want to stop you there. This would have been a good time for the echo to kick in. Before I continue, I'd like to open the floor up. Do any board members wish to make any comments regarding the General Manager's performance for FY23? My peripheral saw this way first. I'll go with you, Director Edwards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. General Manager, I certainly appreciate your work and your diligence, especially not only with working with the board, but working with staff as well. I certainly appreciate our times when we can be updated on what's going on, and you get input individually from board members. That's very important, and it gives us an opportunity to have that time to share and bring about things that that we feel that maybe aren't addressed at our board meetings. So thank you very much for that, and appreciate the diligence and the work that you've been doing over the past 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Director Kim?
Thank you, Sam, so much. In addition to all this, as I engage with some TriMet staff, it's wonderful to hear positive reviews and trust in you and the organization as a whole. And so as we have moved out of the pandemic, and as we build up, I know that your team, and the rest of TriMet is going to be crucial. So thank you for exceptional work and your service to our region. Thank you.
Any other board members that wish to say something? Yes, Director Frisbee.
As one of the newer board members, obviously neither I nor Director Kellogg have had the chance to be here throughout most of the time period that these deliverables reflect, but I want to thank you for your work and say how wonderful it has been to come in at this moment in time. And I will say also, I think there's a lot of excitement when you read through this report about what comes next, further work increasing our ridership, helping more people, helping transit be a better choice for more people, building out a fuller DEI plan, and then the Vision 2030 work for the whole agency. So I hope for the public and for everyone here that you read, that you see both the good work that has gone into it and feel excitement about the work that comes.
Thank you. Director Lewis.
General Manager, I'm a woman of many, many words, but I'm going to keep this short. I'd like to echo the many accolades from my fellow board members, and thank you. I'm looking forward to the coming year and all the great things that you plan to do. Thank you.
Director Way.
Sorry. I guess I will say something as well. But Sam, no, I just thank you for your leadership and just even your intentionality of getting together with each of us on a quarterly basis, either at a coffee shop or a restaurant or wherever, to really just touch base and talk about your vision and how you want to move this work forward has been just so nice to hear. So I'm excited about the 2030 vision plan and to support you in sort of executing that. And I also want to thank you for taking feedback seriously in ways that we can strengthen our ties with communities and different populations that we serve. So thank you so much for your openness.
Thank you. And I'll add a few words myself. Looking back on this year, it's been a long one. It's been a big one. And to think that a year ago we were in a position where we were trying to bounce back, trying to rebound, and talking about some very basic practical things with regards to keeping the system alive. And when I think about the position that we find ourselves in today, especially when we look around other transit agencies around the country, really, I thank our blessings. The stars are aligning for TriMet, and I gotta say a lot of it is a testament to your leadership and your dedication to the task. It's very gratifying to go around the country and speak with other transit agencies and hear them gloat to me about how good we have it, how great we have it with our leader Sam, and with the executive team and many of the leaders that are overseeing the various aspects of this agency's work. Just thinking back on snow and heat and the basics of safety and restoring faith in the system, we've come a long way in this year. It's been a very big one. And it's a true testament to your leadership style to see the way in which our executive team has come together to solve difficult problems, to blaze new trails in how we're confronting things like safety and security. We're once again becoming an example for other agencies to see on how we address the needs of the public in a safe and meaningful way. And I could go on and say so much about our relationship with our labor force as well. At a time when a year ago we were just trying to get enough folks behind the driver's seat of our vehicles just to maintain service, we have been able to really turn that around, and we're seeing our service picking up, we're seeing service expansion, we're seeing ridership go up as well, and as we've seen a testament today, increased interest in collaboration and partnership. And I think those are the ingredients to a brighter future, And I am grateful to be here at the helm, to be able to see this at the front seat. And I'm really looking forward to more and better and greater leadership and greater collaboration and a much more robust system. And in closing, I really want to emphasize how Sam's leadership style has really brought folks closer to TriMet in a collaborative and meaningful way, whether it's an agency, partner, or a mobility solution provider. Being able to come to TriMet and say, how do we make the region better to serve all of us is exactly where we're headed now. And Sam, it's great to see you taking your dedication to this task seriously and to be very receptive to the voices around you. So none of that really fit into the report, but I wanted to make sure to, for the record, acknowledge how wonderful it is to have you at the helm doing this important work at this important time. Cool. It's not every day we get to say thanks, so hey, thanks. And it's wonderful to be able to add our appreciation and getting us all excited for a year to come. So as we look forward, we'll be hearing more on the year to come at our next board strategy session. So for our board, I really appreciate us all diving into this moment. I know that some of us are playing catch up with sort of where the agency is, and I've already heard the interest in looking at what we do or what we ask of our general manager to do in the year ahead. So as we turn the page on this review report, I will be reaching out to the board with your request for your perspective and your comment on what we want to see from our general manager and from the agency in the year to come. So I look forward to that at our next board strategy session. So with that, do I have a motion to adopt the general manager's FY23 performance report in the board packet?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have Director Edwards and Director Wei motioned and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any further comments before we vote? I see no comments, so I'd like to ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? We have a unanimous decision. Motion carries.
I just want to note I'm abstaining from that vote.
Oh,
because I wasn't
pardon me.
present.
Thank you. We do have one abstention. Thank you, Director Kalaga. I appreciate that.
Actually, I'm also abstaining as I wasn't here for the period that it covers.
Okay. Let the record show we have 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. And motion carries. Okay. I think that this calls for the gavel. Okay. Okay, great. Now, with that now behind us, I will be, as I mentioned, I will be turning to the setting of the GM priorities and the objectives for the FY 2024 year, which we are already in the midst of. So we're still catching up with the times. And I'll be in touch with each of you to gain your input at some point later in this year, and I look forward to that opportunity for us to discuss this together. Now, after all that teasing, let's see here. I'd like to turn to our general manager for his monthly performance report. General Manager Dessou.
Good morning, President Gonzalez, members of the board, elected officials that's here, community partners, TriMet staff, and the public. Thank you all for being here. Just want to take 30 seconds and tell the board how much I appreciate you and look forward to how we move forward and this new fiscal year, and really want to continue to work closely about moving the organization forward for Vision 2030, just as well as Vision 2040, and also Vision 2050 that we're going to be talking about. So I really appreciate that from that. Okay. I want to say one other thing to all of our employees that's here, especially my executive team, just as well as TriMet employees. I want to just tell you how grateful I am to you. I want to stand up and just let you know how much I appreciate every one of you. I'm grateful to stand with you and grateful that we work together to lead this organization into the future. So really appreciate that and wanted to be able to do that. So I'm going to start by thanking our friends at the City of Beaverton for hosting us today. This is a monumentous occasion, and as I stated earlier to you, it's a welcome sign for recovery just as well as renewal as we come out of the pandemic that we talked about. This is our first board meeting outside of the city of Portland since the pandemic, 2019. So we were here in Beaverton in October of 2019, and I can personally say that I'm very happy to be able to be back here today. So with my report this morning, I'll share a couple of things with you, very timely, and we're going to address recent safety and security developments. We're going to provide an update on the August ridership. I'm going to touch on some important anniversaries, some that brought TriMet services to Beaverton and Washington County. And then we're going to invite the public out to see our new MAX trains, our Type 6, and we'll talk about that. And then we're going to recognize one of our amazing employees who really keep our buses running. So I'll start with safety and security piece first. First today, I want to start on a very somber note here as we move forward. My heart goes out to two young men who were targeted in a violent bias attack on our MAX train on September 2nd. They were simply heading to the mall, to the Clackamas Mall, when a troubled individual committed a callous act of hate and violence. While they are expected to recover physically, any attack such as this creates fear and anxiety, not just for victims, but also for the people that witnessed the crime and people of color throughout our community. Hate has no place on our transit system, and this type of bias can only be addressed as a community, and we must all unite together to come back against racism. I am grateful, we are grateful to those that jumped in to that situation to help. Thankful to the Portland Police for making a quick arrest with that situation. But we have been extremely frustrated to hear in the news reports that the attacker that was in the incident was allowed back on the street. He had already been arrested, back on the street time and time again, despite all of the criminal acts that had occurred there. So while I and others and all of us, we urge our judicial partners to hold individuals accountable so he can't hurt anyone else in our community. And I've issued him a lifetime ban from riding TriMet in case he ever is released. I watched the film, and right now we are in the midst of the investigation, and it'll bring you to tears to watch what happened with this situation here. So this attack, it comes at a time in which TriMet has aggressively increased our security as we work to provide transit services that are safe for everyone to be able to ride. So I'm going to ask our Chief Operating Officer, Bonnie Todd, and also our Chief Safety Officer and Security, Andrew Wilson, to really talk to the board and to the public about what we've achieved.
Great, thank you. Good morning, President Gonzalez and TriMet Board of Directors. Again, I'm Bonnie Todd, TriMet's Chief Operating Officer. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to mention a few of the key activities that have been happening in the world of our TriMet safety and security. Our remarks today will be brief, as Andrew will be presenting our annual safety and security report next month. That presentation will get into much greater detail on our activities with built-in time for questions, answers, and dialogue. In early 2022, General Manager Dessou stood up an executive steering committee to focus on the substantial security challenges TriMet was having. From that early executive steering committee work sprang what are now 7 total working groups addressing different aspects of security, system condition, and the general rider and employee experience, among others. That work has been a primary focus for roughly 60 employees, all of whom were appointed to these working groups by General Manager Dessou. Some select examples of the innovative and impactful work that has come from those working groups is our expanded exclusion policy. I think you will remember the vote on that some months ago, the elevator access control system, and our Rapid Response Center. The Rapid Response Center is of particular importance because it allowed us the ability to focus and centralize our resources so that we could respond quickly to passengers and employees on security matters, as well as facility matters like biohazards and those sorts of things. This was a particularly important initiative given that 70% of our law enforcement positions are not filled. We have now, just last week, after acquiring the remaining resources needed, opened that security desk so that the public can now directly access TriMet security personnel 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This allows passengers direct access to assistance while in our system. We're very excited about the service and proud of the work that's been done to be able to provide it. It was no small lift. I'll turn this over to Andrew in a minute for some additional points of interest, but I'd like to say, as I close, that quite suddenly in the last 6 months or so, TriMet is being sought out for advice and idea sharing with the security challenges that transit agencies are facing in larger cities across the country. Our accomplishments and innovative solutions are being lauded as creative and groundbreaking. Interest in our work really ramped up after we won 2 gold awards from APTA in June. We received a gold award in safety and a gold award in security. I think we were the only agency that received both. There was a lot of award envy there. So recently I was asked to present to a group of about 30 industry professionals on our security work. We were hosted at the Hampton Roads Transit District in Norfolk, Virginia. As the presentation concluded, the general manager and CEO stood up and began to clap. He said many kind words, but what stuck with me were the words he used to describe our accomplishments. Innovative, determined, and courageous were some that I recall. Over the next several months, Andrew and I both have invitations to speak again to groups about what we've accomplished to date and how we're getting it done. I and Andrew look forward to sharing more about the work we're doing when we present to you at next month's board meeting. Andrew.
Thanks, Bonnie, and thank you, President Gonzalez, TriMet Board of Directors. It's great to be here with you in Beaverton. I'll say that I have some amazing leaders. Sam Dessou, Bonnie Todd have empowered us, I think, to be very innovative and focused for our community and for our riders. And we have some serious accomplishments to celebrate, which I'm looking forward to next month as we go through the Safety and Security Annual Report. A lot of work to do, but I'm going to talk through some of the things that we've been working on recently, just to give you an update. I will say, despite some high-profile incidents, which I really appreciated Sam's comments on. Hate has absolutely no place at TriMet, and those events are always very impacting on us and heartfelt here at this agency. I will say that I'm incredibly proud of the teams that we now have working on the system. You might remember we've doubled our safety and security budget since 2020 with Sam and Bonnie's leadership through that process. We've also doubled the amount of security staff on the system since last year. So when you think in that calendar year, we've doubled that. It's an impressive result. You've heard me talk about the kind of incredible folks that we've got on the system now, various different groups, whether that's our transit police personnel, two of which actually come from the Beaverton Police Department, as we're out here today. Our safety response team, our customer safety supervisors, we have different innovative tools. And so it's an exciting time for us. We now have some dispatch capabilities and some ways in which to interact with a security desk directly for our riders. I think that's going to yield very, very positive returns as we build that up throughout this year. And I'll just say that we are seeing sustained reductions in non-emergency and emergency calls, as well as employee assaults, as well as inhalation incidents, which is code word for people using drugs on the system, which I'll talk about just a little bit later. You guys should all have access to, in your portal, to the health assessment related to the UW study, so I'll talk about that in just a second. But I do want to say, with those increases in security personnel, we now have the ability to do 24-hour code enforcement out on the system, which we had not before. That's new to TriMet, so that's a real accomplishment. Bonnie had mentioned the security desk. Again, we're excited about how that is able to be a tool used for our riders to build confidence and safety. We're also investing, as I've talked about in the past, related to security software to track some of the pieces that go into those calls and the outcomes and that sort of thing, so we can do process improvement throughout the year. So we're excited to build that out for our community. I will say that we at TriMet are also working with community partners and leaders to address crime and illicit drug use that is impacting the communities we serve. You've heard us out in the community. You might have seen us even on television, on the radio, talking about some of the partnerships that we're trying to engage in. We at TriMet are part of Governor Kotek's team and task force downtown. We're excited about sort of outcomes that we might be able to be a good partner in those areas. And we're also supporting efforts to staff a hotel security district. As we know, the hotel community has been really suffering, so we're a part of that. TriMet's involved in a whole lot. So among some other efforts, while we're in Washington County, I thought I'd point out that we've established a partnership with the county's behavioral health unit to have community outreach workers on our system to help connect people with social services, and that's right here in Washington County. So these are some of those kind of partnerships that we're kind of continuing to expand. I want to spend a little bit of time just on the University of Washington study and make sure that everybody here knows that this is a study that we requested. We wanted this information because we knew this behavior was occurring. So we really were looking for more data about how this was impacting our employees and our riders and looking for health concerns. We joined several of our partner agencies up north, Sound Transit, King County, and others to sort of be a part of this study. Again, that's in your portal. You can see the health assessment. I just really want to thank public health officials in our area, the Multnomah County Health Department, the OHA, other public health officials. We engaged quite a few during this process. And what we were trying to accomplish is to understand what the health impacts were. And I just really appreciate their expertise and partnership. They really came willing to help with TriMet. We also had them as an ability to help us do education to the public with some of these results so that they could explain to the public alongside us what they should actually be concerned about. Thankfully, those risks are very minimal, as you've seen, mostly drug residue and that sort of thing. But I will say that this is one of those reasons why we continue to focus on building our security presence on the system, is we don't want any smoking of any substance of any kind on TriMet property or vehicles. And so we're committed to that, and that's part of one of the key areas for all of our security teams out there is to eliminating this behavior on TriMet property, because we don't want folks to have any kind of risks associated with this illicit drug use. So we'll continue in that endeavor. I'd just also like to say once again that we've really enjoyed some sustained decreases, but there's a lot of work yet to do. I do feel like the tools that we have at the table right now are really industry leading, and we're talking about that with other community members. It's safe, it's equitable to use the kinds of tools that we have out on the system, and it's getting some ground. I particularly want to just give another shout out to our safety response team members. We at TriMet, we do want to help those suffering from substance use disorders, and we connect them with available services through our safety response team and other tools that we have now on the system. So we're a good partner in that. And while we're thankful that there is no public health risk identified from the UW study, again, no one should ever be exposed to the secondhand smoke of any kind on our system and in the community, and we're committed to making that happen. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Bonnie for one more.
Yeah, quick separate thing. In closing, we'd all like to invite you to our annual bus rodeo, which is going to be held this Saturday at our Powell Bus Garage. And the winner from that rodeo will then compete in April at the International Rodeo that will also be held and hosted here by TriMet. We do that in conjunction with the large APTA Mobility Conference, which is in April. So APTA chooses these large, often multimodal systems to host their conferences and the bus and rail rodeos, and we're next on the list. So if you'd like to join us, it's from 9 to 3 at Powell Garage, and I can give you directions. It's a fun event. And we need judges, I think, so.
And that's ROAD, rodeo, right?
Yeah, yes, yes, that's how we do it, yes. And there might even be opportunities to drive a bus, if that's tempting at all.
Okay.
So Bonnie and Andrew, thank you. Thank you, and please stay just at the end of my presentation if there's questions from the board. I have you there. I want to say on this subject to the board that we are working with state leaders, local leaders, law enforcement partners to continue to address some of the things that we're experiencing on the system with violence and hate, just as well as with drugs and addiction. We want to be a community player, so we want to be at all of the tables at our community level while working to keep, as Andrew stated, drug use off of our system. So we'll end there with that. But I want to move on to the August ridership. Want to give you a quick update. TriMet provided 5.5 million rides in August, 5.5 million rides in August, and that's up 17.4% over August of 2022. That puts our system-wide ridership at about 68% of where we were in August of 2019, and that was before the start of the pandemic. So we're seeing more people return. Employers are bringing people back in office, and schools are bringing more people back in person as well from a learning standpoint. So that's great news for us. One of the bright spots, though, as we talk about ridership, is the recovery. As we talk about ridership recovery, is our FX2 division bus line. And we just celebrated our 1-year anniversary this month with 2 big success stories that I want to talk about. First, we saw a 40% increase in ridership over our previous line 2. And that's 25% higher than our overall system recovery. And one of the reasons that we're hearing as we go out and talk to people is the speed of our FX bus line. It's faster. We're using cutting edge technology that the signal priority technology will basically put us in a bus lane and we go through those traffic lights. And we have shown our employees just as well as our riders over the last week appreciation. We went out, we met them in the public, in our communities, and really just greeted them with coffee and donuts and talked to them about what they're experiencing, how can we get better. And they really told us the outcome of that is we love FX, and confirmed their experience that it's faster and it's a faster way to go. So just more accolades for TriMet there. And then we've marked a big anniversary as well on our MAX anniversary. Our West Side MAX line, which extends from downtown to Hillsborough, it opened 25 years ago this month. And, you know, again, as I talked this morning, it's a full generation of Washington County residents who only know this region as the one that is connected by our light rail system. And there's no question that our MAX Blue Line extension really help relieve congestion. And I can tell you as a rider, when I'm riding into downtown, I'm looking at all the traffic on eastbound 26. They're just sitting there in cars and just, in congestion, and I'm waving at them saying, guys, look at the commercial that we put. This is how life moves. Come ride with us. We are very excited about that. And also, I'll be remiss not to note the 20-year anniversary this month of our Max Red Line extension to Beaverton. And the line originally only serviced PDX and downtown, and we extended it out in 2003 to the city of Beaverton, which again improved connections for people in that one-seat ride. And that work continues. We're looking at our next extension once again, and we're going to take it all the way to Hillsborough. So we're really looking for that to come. So the work is ongoing. It will improve reliability of our system. The construction has reached 70% on the construction, and the project is completed to be done next year. So we'll have groundbreaking to where all of us will be there to put that into play. And then as part of our Better Ed project, TriMet has added new MAX trains. So if you look at the number digit on the trains, the 100 series, that's our Type 1. All of those vehicles are going to be replaced, all 26 of them, as we roll into next year. So we have our newest trains that we refer to as Type 6. And when you hear the 6, you just look at the first digit, you'll see all of the 600 series, and that tells you what the type is that's there. So they've started to arrive. Our employees are working with our crews. They're preparing them for service. But before that happened, we really want to give the public an up-and-close look at those vehicles to get into those new trains. So October 15th, it's a Sunday, from noon to 2 p.m., we invite the public to come out and see the trains, walk through it, get a feel of it, look at all of the new features that's going to be on the trains. I've had the privilege to go to the manufacturing plant to see them built. So we want our community to really come out. This is an event that TriMet is sponsoring. It's going to be held at Southeast Park Avenue Mag Station at the end of the Orange Line near Milwaukee. It's going to be free, and we really hope to see you all out there. And then finally this morning, I just want to take a moment and recognize a member of our maintenance team. Our employees are often the unsung heroes here, but their work is extremely critical to the safety of our transit system and the success of our daily operations. So our manager of our Powell Bus Garage, Devon Jindy, is going to introduce us to a mechanic who consistently goes above and beyond and whose work has become a model for others to follow. So I'll turn it over to you to introduce Cal.
Good morning to the board and Sam. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. As Sam said, my name is Devin Gindy. I am the maintenance manager at our Powell facility in bus maintenance. So next to me is Kyle Dowd. Kyle's been with TriMet for approximately 6.5 years. Started as a service worker, working night, cleaning our buses and facilities, and has worked his way through the bus maintenance apprenticeship program, where he graduated at the top of his class, and while he was an apprentice, was actually asked for by name by our journey worker mechanics in unit rebuild to help overhaul the bus engines. After hitting the floor, he quickly became one of our star mechanics, drawing on his experience, knowledge of the vehicles, and other life experience to capably perform many valued functions within bus maintenance, such as in-depth troubleshooting, high-quality repairs, preventative maintenance, and putting in long hours, especially during inclement weather. During snow and ice, you'll find Kyle out in one of our rescue trucks making sure operators get back to the garage safe, and our vehicles are brought back in as much of one piece as we can as well. In his time here at TriMet, Kyle has had 0 oversleeps or attendance issues, 0 safety and 0 safety infractions. Kyle is also one of only 6 on-the-job training coaches at Powell Garage. What an on-the-job coach is one of our mechanics chosen by assistant managers and managers to have a primary influence in the learning journey of our apprentices and new hire mechanics. Kyle exemplifies the agency's vision, mission, and values daily in both his actions and attitude. His consistency and work ethic are impressive. When dealing with others, whether they are TriMet employees or members of our community, Kyle is able to quickly establish rapport and establish trust to remedy whatever the situation may be. When talking to his coworkers, whether those are his superiors or his peers, some of the comments you get: Kyle's a good leader, awesome person to work with, and value his friendship. Again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce Kyle to you, the TriMet family, and our community.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You got some words for us, Kyle?
I just got to thank you very much for this opportunity and for this award.
Fantastic. If I may, really hats off, Kyle. We get to stand up here and talk about stuff, but you make the world go round. It's folks like yourself that really we rely on. It's your work that is invisible when you do it right, and everyone seems to go haywire when it doesn't happen. And so, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I really appreciate it, and all I could hope for is that you encourage a lot of young folks to your left, to your right, around you to continue in that legacy, teach what you know, and help us continue to make sure that there's a lot more Kyles out there getting things done. Really appreciate it.
We're working on that, yeah.
Yes, I just want to say before, I really appreciate your service, Kyle.
Welcome.
I tell employees often, because it is from the heart, that the lifeblood of this organization are our people. And we hire people here not for fit. We hire people that strengthen our organization. And I really want you to know that you bring that every single day. And we truly appreciate that from that standpoint. Thank you for your work, your dedication. Thank you for what you do to make sure that our public is able to utilize our system. So really appreciate that. So thank you. So it's anybody from the board?
Absolutely. We have Director Edwards who couldn't miss a chance.
Kyle,
don't take off yet.
It's going to be a test.
I want to thank you as well. I just echo our general manager and our president. We get to talk the talk, but you walk the walk, and you make a huge difference in how TriMet performs. And what you do is you spread that throughout where you work and everyone you come in contact with, and that makes a huge difference. And we can talk up here all day, but what you do, your behavior is what changes TriMet and what sends a message out to everyone that you come in contact with. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else before we pass it back to our general manager? Thanks for coming outside and letting us meet you today, Kyle.
So just before I close, there's two things that I want to quickly bring forward. If you guys could wait, we want to take a photo with you as well. I'm going to ask the board to come on and take a photo with you guys, but I want to respond to Frog Ferry, because I know you brought it up, President, in your report. I appreciate all the comments that was brought forward this morning from the Friends of Frog Ferry. We're going to continue to work with our jurisdictional partners because this needs to be a regional decision. I understand that you need a letter. We're going to look into this very quickly, and we will be updating you in the next couple of days. So we know firsthand that having more transportation options will help meet our climate goals, and again, I just want to thank all of you for coming here this morning and making your presentation. So with that, President Gonzalez, that concludes my report. We would love to have the board with Cal have a photo in front if we can.
And before we do, I'd like to say, do any board members have questions or comments for the general manager before we close the report?
I do,
Yes.
but I'm going to reserve
Yes,
until
Director
after the
Kelly.
picture.
After the picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep these guys on their way.
Okay. Anyone else before the picture? Sounds like there's a photograph in order. Patience from those online and those in the audience, we're going to take advantage of Kyle actually joining us off the field and come hang out with us folk for a sec. And we're going to take a quick photo, and then we will resume the meeting. So, break.
Both of us? Come around.
And you want us to come around?
Yes, please come around.
I'm
Board
saying-
members, please come
Okay.
around and we'll.
Thank you,
get right
everyone.
back here.
After you.
Just want Kyle up there? You just want Kyle?
Sam in the middle. We need to bring it in a little bit. Thank you. Everybody look this way, please. Over here at me first. All right, I'm just back up.
Okay. And we're back for those online. Thanks once again. What a treat to meet Kyle and get a sense for those folks that really keep the gears turning in our system, literally. Okay. With that, we did have a comment from Director Kellogg.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. General Manager Sue, we spoke about this briefly, but I think it's important to get it out into the public. The news on the ridership increased 17%. Great news, but what I really highlighted in that monthly operating performance report was passenger revenues are down 5.1%. Now, with increased ridership, there seems to be a disconnect with decreased revenue. Can you explain that?
So two things here. First, thanks for the question. And I know I've talked to both my safety and a chief operating officer. Just in general, we've went back, we've started looking at things. We think that we got a couple of things that's going on there. Fare evasion, and there's some other things that we're looking at that we're trying to get the exact numbers to be able to come back and answer your question. But they will be looking in great detail so that I can answer you directly at next month's, or actually next week's strategy session. So I'll have an answer directly for you on what's causing the difference between the two. Anything that you want to add there?
I could say yes, it's just back to this, have been increasing our code enforcement teams, and so that 24-hour presence on code enforcement, which involves fare, we think is a very efficient direction in that, but to Sam's point.
Yeah, we'll have you a direct answer at our next week's meeting on the difference and what's causing that.
Thank you. Second, I want to make a broader comment on the safety and security aspect. It's obvious that the increase in barbaric behavior in our society is not TriMet's fault. But we also can't deny that it's on our doorstep and on our property. And these things are in the media, and so they're blared out. K2 did a story on stabbing, and they did a public poll. Do you feel safe riding TriMet? And the word landslide was being described. It was 90+% said no. And as I've said, and everyone knows, unless this system is safe, we're never going to be able to increase ridership. And so what we do, the decisions that we make now are going to have a big effect on our future. And regardless of their intentions or whether they pay a fare. Or do we want to pay a closed system, which is going to require some infrastructure costs, but may answer some of these questions about our safety and security, about our fare collection. And so I'm just want to implore the public, if you have comments about this, our board is focused, laser focused on this, and we're going to continue this work until it's done.
I appreciate your comment, Board Director Kellogg. This is top of mind for TriMet, and it's something that we are focused on. So we, in our next 3 meetings with the board, we will be having conversation on safety and security. So our next week's meeting, just as well as our October board meeting, and also our board retreat that's coming in November, top of mind, #1 conversation will be safety and security as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Director Kellogg. Any other comments from our board? Yes, Director Edwards.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comments, Director Kellogg, and certainly I appreciate what you've been trying to do, Andrew. The challenges that we've had, from our society and from trying to have a transit system that is safe and secure has been huge. It's almost like we have to have some kind of a hybrid system where folks are safe and secure, but yet and still we keep it where we don't have people that are just willy-nilly doing things that are obtrusive to our system. That's a huge challenge, and I know that it's been an ebb and flow to it as well. Because in one moment we'll get folks that say that we want more safety, we want more security, and then in the next month or a few months later they'll say, well, it's too much security, and that's a huge challenge. I don't know how we satisfy everyone, and I don't think we can satisfy everyone, but I think it's something that we're going to have to continue to work on and do whatever we can to make sure that folks are safe and secure while being able to ride on a system that's open to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Another comment? I'll finish with Director Kellogg and then we'll go with you, Director Frisbee.
I just want to follow on. We do receive a lot of emails from the public. We received emails from Brando Green, who was a regular TriMet rider, sent us an email and said, I no longer ride TriMet because of the lack of safety and security, and even posted a picture of an individual smoking fentanyl across the aisle from him on the train. And so I want to acknowledge Mr. Green's email, and those for anybody else that if you have these concerns, please continue to bring to us.
Thank you, Director Frisbee.
I want to echo my colleagues in thanking you for your presentation as part of the General Manager report, and acknowledge that it has been a really hard month for the team, in addition to the hate crimes and the tragedies that have occurred on the system. I think that quantitative numbers behind the experience that a lot of riders are having is both helpful and it is hard to grapple with in these moments. So thank you for your work and for the work of the staff and everyone who has gone into this process. And I want to echo the comments of my colleagues in that this is the #1 issue that I hear about from folks in my district wanting to feel safe on the system. I want to acknowledge that feeling safe feels different for a lot of different people, and that's an important thing. I appreciate the comprehensive approach that we've taken to security in order to increase that feeling of safety and make sure that by making some folks feel safe, we're not making others feel unsafe. So I appreciate that comprehensive approach to this work and the urgency of it. I don't think you need us to underscore it for you, but I do think it is the critical issue for ridership right now. I also wanted to thank you, Andrew, for the way you highlighted and talked about the issues. While these issues are very serious, I also think there's a lot of fear-mongering out there and people who don't actually experience transit talking about how terrifying it is and all the awful things that go on about it. And I hope that as we work to make our system safer, we are also doing the work of helping people understand the safety measures that are happening and the things that are going in place to make sure that their experience is safe. So thank you for bringing that together as part of that process. And I hope we as board members, as ambassadors for transit, as senior staff are all helping spread that message while doing everything we can and taking more aggressive measures to make sure that everyone feels safe on the system.
Can I just say, I really appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the emphasis. This is near and dear to us. We manage this day in, day out. It's really important that we manage a safe, but also equitable and accessible kind of system. I'll say that across the country, just so you know, this is a thing. And I think you referenced that, Director Kellogg. Just with this being kind of a Part 2 crime increase across the country, it's happening all over. I do think that at TriMet we have additional tools to address some of the behavioral type issues and addiction issues that other agencies do not. And that's why we talk about us kind of spending time with other agencies, because we've developed a little bit of a more innovative approach. But having said that, there's a lot of activity on the system at any given day that we do not want. And so it's how we're going to get there together as a community. Some of that activity is, not illegal in other areas of the city, which makes it really challenging for us. And so it's going to be a regional conversation about how we create that safe space on transit, the kind of with those things that we used to have in the past. And I do think this is why we're at the table with so many regional leaders, and TriMet's always a good player at those spaces. We really want to be a part of the solution, but what's facing our communities gets onto our trains and our buses. And so this is going to be a consistent focus for not just TriMet, but for our entire region for quite some time, I think.
And I'll simply add a plug for the upcoming presentation on the annual report of safety and security. Is that in next month's board meeting? Yeah. Fantastic. Yes. So for the public, for my fellow board members, stay tuned, because this is a topic that clearly is important to our board and to the public every day. But we will benefit from an annual report coming up here next month, where we get to dig a little deeper into all of the work that has taken place up until now, where we are today with the challenges, as well as where the greatest opportunities are. A spoiler alert for everybody out there, we're all in this. We own safety and security collectively, so whether you're an agency partner or a rider, there are things that every one of us can do to ensure the safety of all of us. And so as you roll out that helpline, I think that that's a fantastic opportunity to begin communicating with the public about how they can engage. And I look forward to hearing more from your team and benefiting from that annual report. Thank you. With that, General Manager.
I just want to say, as you stated, this is our highest core value and priority. And I want to go back to Board Director Frisbee's point that she made. We have assembled and will be going to every county, every municipality on a robust communication strategy to start telling our story and talk about what TriMet is doing and getting the community involved on how we can make their life better as we move forward. So this is something that will be a top priority for me as we move forward.
And with that, are there any further comments before we conclude the General Manager's report? Okay. Thank you very much, General Manager Dessou. Thank you to the staff. Fantastic presentations. And with that, I'd like to offer up a 5-minute recess for a bio break. I see some heads nodding. So with that, I'd like to say, let's take, is it 5 or 10? What's the humane approach here? Let's say 10 minutes. Okay, so I have 11:08. At 11:18, we'll be returning for the rest of the board meeting. Thank you. Testing 1, 2, 3. The good time to use the gavel. I didn't make the rule.
Yeah, no, I know.
Don't
He
tell
says-
Robert.
I know. He says that. No, that's how we used to do it.
Okay. I'm open to that. All right, looks like we have quorum. I think we can move forward with some business here. Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to resume the TriMet board meeting. And at this time, we move to the item, I would call it the first item on the agenda, but it is the consent agenda, the top item in our board business. So I'd like to move us now to the consent agenda. A reminder to board members, items appearing on the consent agenda are considered routine and may be approved by the board in one blanket motion. This morning, the consent agenda does include several items. It includes approving the minutes of our last meeting of July 26, 2023, and a resolution directing that the reading of all ordinances be by title only. We have the first reading and public hearing on ordinance number 375 later on today's agenda, so it would be applied in that instance accordingly. And then we have 4 resolutions on the consent agenda. Resolution 23-09-39 confirming board member committee appointments. We have Resolution 23-09-40 updating the trustees of TriMet's Retirement Trust for management and staff employees. We have Resolution 23-09-41 amending the funding policy for the pension plan for bargaining unit employees of TriMet. And Resolution 23-09-42, authorizing a contract modification with Raymore Construction LLC for construction manager/general contractor services for the Hollywood Transit Center infrastructure project. Before we proceed, I'd like to first ask, does any director request to have any items removed from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would like to have Resolution 2309-42 removed from the consent agenda. Not particularly for its content, but I have an associated issue that I want to have brought up and discussed briefly.
Okay. And Director Kellogg, I saw you had your hand raised as well.
Same comment, and I would just ask if that be moved to end of our business agenda, since other folks are here to present and need.
Okay. So we have 2 requests to remove 23-09-42, and that's not anything we need to vote on. Is that correct? Okay, point of order. Thank you. Thank you. And are we okay with moving it to the end of the list of resolutions? I'm seeing some nods. Okay, then we will be removing resolution number 23-09-42 from the consent agenda, and it will be placed at the end of the list of resolutions being addressed in today's board meeting. So we will hear on that one later.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second to approve the consent agenda. Before we vote, any discussions? Seeing none, I'd like to move us to a vote. All of those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we have a motion carried. Pardon me. All right, let's see here. We move into, the motion has carried, and now I'm going to move us into the regular agenda of resolutions. So the next item here on our agenda is resolution number 5. It is actually resolution number 23-09-43, adopting the Mercer General Manager Market Study regarding salary. And I can speak a little bit on the need for this resolution, just to provide some context for the board and the public, as soon as I take a sip of this coffee. Okay, as we just agreed a few minutes ago, we have a high-performing general manager at the helm of this agency. It will come as no surprise for anyone paying attention who has tried to hire or retain seasoned and skilled high performers in any market, really, in the last few years. We in the transit industry are no exception. There's been a seismic shift in the labor market, and competition for top talent has become stiff indeed. So recognizing this, our former board president authorized TriMet to hire an independent consulting firm, Mercer, to conduct a nationwide market study of general manager salaries in order to ensure that TriMet remains competitive in its compensation. And here today, we have our consultant Mercer to report on the findings. And representing Mercer today is Tracy Bean. I'd like to ask Tracy to come forward. Welcome, Tracy.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm a partner at Mercer, and at Mercer I specialize in executive and employee compensation.
Thank you. So, beginning last fall and concluding in February of this year, we completed an executive compensation study for the general manager role at TriMet. This was focused on base pay only. As you mentioned, over the course of the last few years, there's been a high amount of turnover in this role across the country and other transit agencies. So it's very important that you pay this role in a competitive manner compared to market. So how do we do a compensation study? Well, first of all, we worked with your organization to understand your priorities, to understand your market for executive talent, also your compensation philosophy, and your compensation policies and practices. So then we match the general manager role, and we're looking at the top role in transit agencies across the country that are of a similar size to TriMet. And so we collected data, both published surveys, as well as we conducted a custom survey of transit agencies across the country. And again, we're looking at the top role, regardless of what it's called. It may be an executive director, a CEO, in your case, a general manager. So we compile all this data, and our study supported an increase in the salary grade range of the general manager role from 30 to 31. And this will result in an increase to a midpoint of $412,000 approximately. This also, I will note for you all that the study that we did not consider benefits, and many of the other transit agencies have PERS-like pension benefits that TriMet does not. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions from the board for Mercer? Yes, Director Frisbee.
I have a question that I think might be more for Kim, and then a request for future scenarios like this, which thank you very much for the report. It was very, very helpful. Kim, can you talk a little bit, the report talks about peers across the country, which is obviously the market that we are competing in for talent. I also think that we think of the TriMet family as the peers. And one of the things that I think is important is when we look at salary increases of executives, we also look at how that lines up with the salary increases across the organization. And so Kim, can you just talk a little bit about the comparison that we're seeing of sort of executive level salaries across the country compared to frontline staff, particularly here at TriMet?
I'll do my best to kind of give you a brief, am I on? Overview of, we do similar types of market studies for all of our positions within TriMet. Specifically with non-union, we do a market study very similar to what Tracy has demonstrated. For union positions, we enter into contract negotiations, during which we also do a similar type of review of similarly situated organizations. And for our union employees, we typically pay top market. We're typically at the top of the market. For our non-union, we typically target the median or the average of the market. So we do try to make sure that we are being very consistent and competitive with all of our positions. I will also note that with the represented employees, since 2019, we have had a cumulative increase of about 15%, and when the December increase rolls in, we will have about 19 to 20% increase.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
Yes.
And my request for future work is that be presented in tandem when we talk about executive compensation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Do we have any other comments from board members or questions for either our Mercer team or our staff? Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Bean, for coming today and presenting the information and your findings. I would note that in the board packet, there's a summary by Mercer of the market study itself, and it is consistent with what Ms. Bean shared with us today. With that, I'd love to request if there is a motion to approve Resolution 23-09-43, adopting the Mercer General Manager Market Study regarding salary.
I move to approve this resolution. Kim?
Thank you, Director Kim. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Is there any other further discussion or questions before we move to a vote? All right. Seeing that there are none, I would like to move us into voting. All of those in favor of approving Resolution, oh goodness, 23-09-43, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much once again. Okay, next this morning, the board will consider Resolution 23-09-44, authorizing the board president to negotiate a new contract and a new employment contract, with the general manager. And I can also speak to the need for this resolution. We are now well into the third year for Mr. Dessou's 3-year employment contract. And as we've discussed and confirmed this morning, General Manager Dessou has been performing very well and in accordance with the performance objectives established to date. We've also heard that there is a constricted and highly competitive market for top transit industry executives. And this resolution would authorize me, as your board president, to negotiate directly with General Manager Dessou for a new employment contract. And once he and I reach an agreement on the terms of that contract, I would be coming back to you, the board, for authority to execute the contract on those terms. So this is really to get us to that place where I can bring forward a proposal. And I am here, as well as General Counsel Shelley Devine, available for any questions or information about this resolution. So I would like to begin with requesting a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Is there a second?
Second, Kim.
Thank you, Director Kim. It's been moved and seconded. Now, does anyone wish to make a comment or bring forward a question before we move to a vote? All right, well, I'll only add my comment. You know, this as being my first round, I really appreciate to date the interest that has come from board members in general. And I fully anticipate to receive comments and perspective from each of you as we begin to look at the expectations from our general manager as we look forward. And so
I have one question, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
What kind of time frame do you expect?
Thank you for the question. It is, I anticipate to be able to come back at our next board meeting in October with a proposed contract that you can review and comment on prior to execution.
Thank you.
Certainly. Any other questions or comments? Director Lewis, you seemed pensive. Are we good? We're good. Okay. All right. If there are no other comments or questions, I'd like to move us now to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? And I'm going to opt to abstain on this one because it's regarding executed authorities. So with that, we have one abstention and a bunch of ayes. Thank you very much. I appreciate your trust and your faith, and I'll be here bringing back a proposed resolution at our next board meeting. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we move to the next resolution, resolution number 23-09-45, authorizing an amendment to the lease with Madison OFC, One Main Place, Oregon, LLC, for the administrative office space at 101 Southwest Main Street. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
Thanks, President Gonzalez, members of the board. TriMet has never had our own dedicated space for board meetings. Finding appropriate accommodations has only become more difficult following the COVID-19 pandemic. As you know, TriMet administrative headquarters moved to One Main Place, downtown Portland in June. During discussions with building management, we learned of additional space available that could accommodate a boardroom, as well as provide additional space for staff. So access to this space will give us a dedicated, secured environment for board and committee meetings, as well as help relieve the crowding that we're having at our operations headquarters at Center Street and Southeast Portland. So this resolution requests authorization of a contract modification to accommodate the terms of the lease, which includes the following: 11,380 square feet on the second floor of One Main Place, free rent through July of 2024, then a rate of $31 per square foot, an additional rent obligation of $4.7 million over the lease period. So if approved, the modification will bring TriMet's total lease obligation at One Main Place to $37.7 million over a 11-year term. The amount is included in our budget for lease facilities, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Before we move to discussion, I wanted to see if we can actually have a motion and a second, and we can have discussion.
I move to adopt this resolution. I'm sorry, I move to approve this resolution. Kim?
Thank you, Director Kim. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Edwards. We have a move and a second, and I welcome any discussion and comments around this resolution. Director Kellogg.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. One question on the lease and the board packet. There's a line item for value of tenant improvements, 1.1, approximately $1 million. Just want to confirm that's a tenant improvement. Is that correct?
I have my senior leader here that's out there to talk to you. So Lance, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I'm Lance Sears. I'm the Director of Real Estate and Transition Development. Yes, that is correct. It's tenant improvement allowance.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that for all the commercial real estate folks out there who are balancing the books on this, that those things are available. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you, Director Kellogg. Director Kim.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Great work on your team and Sam for having that conversation with the landlord and getting, in my opinion, very favorable addition to our space that are just great bang for buck. So, which is great for TriMet, great for our community. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we were able to negotiate essentially the same terms as the very favorable terms to our bigger lease, so it's successful.
Thank you. And I see Director Frisbee has her hand raised.
Thank you. First, I want to echo the thanks to your team for the negotiations and the work, and it's an exciting space. I know I've spoken with a few of you about this, and I appreciate that this space will also be used for other community gathering events and as more of a public space, not just a committed board space. I also, in general, want to reiterate, I think TriMet's commitment to downtown Portland at this moment when we need more activation and more engagement in downtown Portland is really critical, and I am glad that we are participating in our community in that way. And on the flip side, I think we've also heard a lot of appreciation today for board meetings out in other parts of the community. So I hope that, you know, once or twice, maybe even 3 times a year, we are getting out and engaging with other parts of our community. I know for me, it'd been a while since I'd taken the morning max out to Beaverton. It's a lovely trip. I do think it's a great way for all of us to engage with the system differently and see partners who might not otherwise want to show up in downtown Portland. So a bit of a contradictory statement, I know, but I hope it's taken in the manner in which it's offered.
Thank you, Director Frisbee, for your comments. And I echo the sentiment, and I see it as a yes and. I think that having that amenity within our footprint is going to be a tremendous asset for the board, for the community that surrounds us. And I do agree with the value that was expressed in Director Frisbee's comments about getting outside and connecting in real time and in physical proximity with our jurisdictional partners. There's a lot of value to that, and we continue to do that as a board and as we engage with the community through events. I did have one question. You know, it occurred to me that in having this space, we're offsetting some of the demand we've had previously for having to find different venues and setting them up for one-time events, the coffee and tea service and whatnot. So I just wanted to provide the opportunity, Lance. Could you speak a little bit about that piece of the financial impact? I know that we're signing some leases, but we're also offsetting some costs in the process.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't have the specific numbers on what it costs to rent out, say, World Trade Center or University of Oregon on a monthly basis. I do know that it's becoming much harder, like the general manager said, to find those spaces, especially since the World Trade Center is no longer actually renting out that area where we used to do a lot of the meetings. But clearly there are not only expenses, but there are just administrative hurdles and difficulties and carting materials to different facilities that we're no longer going to have to do and things like that. So I don't have specific dollar amounts. We didn't do that analysis. We could, but clearly there's going to be a bit of an economic as well as an administrative savings and efficiency to having a board room in our own office facility.
I appreciate it, and I know I brought that in sort of on a surprise question. But yes, indeed, it will help our operations become a little more efficient. And, to Director Frisbee's point, to the extent to which we can extend this amenity to become a benefit to our neighbors, I think will only emphasize that efficiency. So thank you. Are there any other comments or questions before we move to a vote? Okay. Then I'd like to bring us to vote on Resolution 23-09-45. All of those in favor of its approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is carried. All right. Thank you, Lance. Next, I'd like the board to consider Resolution 23-09-46, authorizing a contract with Innit Innovations in Transportation, Incorporated for TriMet's ticket vending machine replacement and maintenance services. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, you heard this morning from someone from the public, but I'll say this. It's time for an overhaul of TriMet's ticket vending machines. The vending machines that are currently used, we rolled them out in the 1990s. And despite updates that were made 10 years ago, the machines are out of date and have reached the end of their functional life. We're also running out of spare parts as the equipment is obsolete. This presents an opportunity for TriMet. We can advance the rollout of our Hop Fast Pass and make it easier and more accessible than ever. So I have Director of Fair Revenue Administration, Sophia Franklin, here, and also our IT Executive Director, Ethan Benetan. They're going to give you a quick update on the details. So I'll turn it over to you, Sophia.
Thank you. Yeah, we're bringing two resolutions to your attention today. So wanted to give a bit of a comprehensive overview of fare collection as well. Is this on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we collect fare on behalf of TriMet, Portland Streetcar, and C-Tran. So this is representative of the three transit agencies. On the left-hand side, you can see all of the physical hop cards that we distribute. Some have pictures, some don't. On the right-hand side, you can see we also accept a virtual hop card, so that's on an Android or an iPhone. And we accept a contactless credit card. So if you have a contactless credit card or a credit or debit card loaded to your smartphone or your watch, you can use that to pay as well. Next slide. This shows our fare revenue from last fiscal year. And the top sort of 5 areas where we collect the most fare is through our institutional programs, which encompasses all of our employer programs as well as many of our school programs. The HOP mobile app, so riders that download our account management app to load fare. And then the third is cash on buses, so our fare boxes. The fourth is fare programs, so this is everything under the STIF umbrella, which would include our transit assistance programs and our grants for community-based organizations. And then our ticket vending machines is our 5th largest channel in terms of revenue collection. Next slide. So this shows for both fare boxes, which we'll talk about later, and ticket vending machines, the volume and some of the changes that will be coming with the new proposed equipment. So last fiscal year, we sold about 3.6 million paper bus tickets and brought in 7.4 million in revenue. The new fare boxes will have a much tighter financial control, so we will be able to detect fraudulent fare tender at the fare box, and we'll also be able to register how much cash is actually collected at every fare box. Today, we don't know how much cash is collected at the fare box level. On the TVM side, we sold 1.5 million paper hop tickets last year, so this is a paper hop ticket. It's a one-time use for either 2.5 hours or 5 days, or 1 day for $5. And we collected 4.8 million in revenue from TVMs. The new TVMs will be moving away from a paper ticket and instead be selling a physical hop card from the ticket vending machine. We'll also be allowing customers to load value to their existing hop card. So especially for our cash-dependent riders, they will be able to load cash fares to their hop card at all of our light rail stations. Both of these will start to pilot. If approved today, they will start to pilot in the winter-spring 2025 timeframe. So we would start seeing new equipment on vehicles and at platforms at that time. I think that concluded sort of my overview of both TVMs and fare boxes.
Just a couple more points that I want to bring here and turn it back to you, President Gonzalez. For this contract, TriMet issued a request for proposal, and in it emerged as the highest qualified proposer. TriMet initially considered a $14.4 million TVM contract that included 10 years of operating agreement. But however, after further review, the proposed contract option were extended to allow for 20 years of a term for operating agreement. So as a result, the overall contract price is at $18.5 million. And the reason for purchasing this long-term agreement, including long-term support for the machines themselves, as well as operating system and software upgrades. And if you don't have that in place, the machines are just not well, and not something that we would look for. So we are proposing an initial 5-year term with 3 possible 5-year extensions. The contract amount is accounted for in the FY24 through FY27 capital budget for finance and administrative services. Taking a look at diversity, in its workforce includes 105 employees. Nearly a quarter identify as minority. More than 25% are female. In addition, it plans to use a certified DBE firm for installation, which makes up about 31% of the work under this contract. So with that, I recommend your approval.
Thank you very much. And before we get into the discussion component, I'd like to see if there's a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll move to approve resolution, Kim.
Thank you, Director Kim. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Director Kellogg first. It's been moved and seconded. Does anyone wish to make a comment before we move to a vote? Director Kim, I see you have your hand raised. And Director White, pardon me. I'll catch you next.
Thank you, Sophia team. I'm really excited for this one because when I go to other major cities in the U.S. and other Asian countries, we see those machines and those cards that are reusable and loadable. So I'm excited for this one. Could you tell us a little bit more about the resiliency of the machines that would be rolled out and installed? And of course, gathering from the term, I'm guessing up to 20 years at the very least. But could you talk about the resiliency in comparison to the machines that we already have now that are 24, 25 years old or so?
Yeah, so the team has done everything they can to continue operations of our existing machines, including reducing the footprint. So we have been able to sustain operations with our current fleet by harvesting parts and reusing them. These new machines use off-the-shelf parts. So there's not a lot of innovation around ticket vending machines now, which means most of the vendors use the same manufacturers to procure the subcomponents of the machines. So we have a 20-year operating agreement with the vendor that we could utilize, or we could also go to market and procure our own parts if we needed to down the road from the hardware component for the machines. So, one of the corners we've backed ourselves into now with our current fleet, I don't think we will have in the future.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Wei?
Thank you. I really like this slide deck because it's easy for me to just see visually what the rollout plan looks like. I think when we were talking about the cashless and just transitioning from using cash payment to now more accessibility on hot cards, we did get some feedback from the community and particularly some TIAC members about just how that is going to work out, how that's going to be implemented. And so I have a sort of a two-part question. The first is just correct me my understanding. So we're doing away with the paper tickets, is that right? The thing that you held up earlier.
Ticket vending machines, but
Yes.
we will still distribute paper tickets through community-based organizations and our office in Pioneer Courthouse Square. Mm-hmm.
Excellent, awesome. And my second question is, if we have one-time visitors, I'm thinking about our tourism industry locally here and in our state picking back up, which is awesome because we have more folks from different parts, visiting, and then with the extension of the Red Line, hopefully, right, more folks using our system to get to various places. How will this, again, the current fare box that we're replacing, how will they help folks that are just new in terms of navigating? You know, if I'm like from Alaska, for example, I have a hotel room in downtown Portland, I want to take the MAX. How will that be accessible and easy to understand for folks?
Yeah, so our busiest station in terms of sales for tickets is Portland Airport. So the team is always having to service those machines because they see, like, by far the most number of transactions. So this will allow visitors coming through our airport to purchase a hop card and use it for their entire stay versus purchasing a card that will only give them access to travel for the first day of their visit. We'll also be looking, when we roll out the new ticket vending machines, we'll also be looking at revamping some of the information at the airport so that there'll be really clear signage to travelers on how to purchase a hop card or how to use maybe their own credit or debit card to travel if they want to use a contactless credit or debit card to travel.
Great, thank you. And moving forward, I'm sure you'll come back with the 2025 plan for, again, what I'm hoping to see is just the extensive community outreach and the education, because this will be a change to how some of our regular riders are used to purchasing fares.
Thank you, Director Way. And I see some hands raised over here, Director Lewis. I'm going to have them go first. Director Edwards? Is that your hand? No. Director Kellogg, thank you.
Thank you.
Practical question. Say I'm buying a reloadable card with a month on it and 2 days later I lose it. How does that get replaced? Does it get replaced? Am I out of luck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good question. So we have a process for registering your hop card, so we protect the balance on all hop cards that are registered. So you can register a card via the website, the mobile app, or our call center. Secondly, all of our fares sold direct to customers are stored value. So riders can load $5 or $10 onto their card and take advantage of fare capping. A fare cap is as you travel, once you hit the price of a 1 month pass, you ride for free for the remainder of the month. Or once you hit the price of a 1 day pass, you ride for free for the remainder of the day. So if your card is registered in our system, and we have very high registration, it's in the high 80%, we will be able to transfer your value to a new card as well as that associated cap.
Okay, so the registration process, that takes permanent step, nothing happens automatically if I go.
Correct. We also have riders who really value anonymity and do not want to register their cards.
Okay, so for those folks that don't register and use it,
Mm-hmm.
not luck.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you.
Director Lewis?
Is it on? Yes, thank you. Question on using the hop card. Does it integrate into any of our other systems? You mentioned the airport, and so I come into the city, purchase a hop card, and now I want to figure out where to go. Is there any integration to moving about the city? Where does it integrate to our website, which will show you our transit system?
We do have a website for the hop card where riders can go and register their card. It talks through all of our fare programs as well as places where you can purchase cards or reload cards with cash. But really the hop card is a payment token, and so it can be used on our buses, our light rail, the West. It can also be used on Portland Streetcar and all of C-Trans services. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, though.
Kinda. I've used the system in another city when I bought a card, and it had a QR code when I brought up their system, and then that gave me direct access to where I could go and what bus to get on. Mm-hmm. So I'm just curious if there's a possibility, or is that a feature that can come later of how it will integrate into getting you to where you want to go now that you've bought
I see, yeah. So today it's separate. Our trip planning solution on TriMet.org is separate from the hop card. We are talking with Google because Google Maps is one of the primary tools that riders use to plan their trips. And if you're following New York is doing some very interesting things between payments and trip planning. So we're in very initial discussions with them.
Yes, of course.
And then I have one more. On the Hop mobile app, and it's not really a high priority, but I would be curious to know, because we're moving into a new system, what the last, I guess, pre-COVID numbers are, so that I can see, and I can get that later, 1 week, 2 weeks, but I'm real curious to how the impact of the mobile, to kind of justify us moving into a new system, where we've been in the numbers in comparison to the institutional programs, or I wouldn't compare it to the cash on bus, but some comparison, because I know it's just a stagnant, model that you shared, but there's no historical value to compare to say, oh, okay, well, that's an improvement. And I think I asked the question on the institutional programs. It would be nice to get a little bit more of how they're using the programs, and what they're purchasing. I mean, will our institutional groups, that's a program, but what are they buying? Are they buying the apps, or are they just buying the hop cards? There wasn't a lot of comparison to really look at a good analysis. Thank you.
Okay.
But no rush.
Okay.
Yeah, you have other things to do.
Thank you, Director Lewis. And I don't see any other hands raised but my own, so I'll go ahead and jump in for a little bit. Thank you. Clearly, there's a lot of interest from the board on this, because I think there's a lot of public-facing user experience impacts here. So to that end, is there anything about these new vending machines, the hardware side of things, that has made any changes, updates, modifications with regards to accessibility?
So when we went through the solicitation process, we actually met with the CAT and asked them to review our requirements specifically around accessibility. And what we actually heard about our existing ticket vending machines is that the slot to get your hop card is too low to the ground. So it's hard for people to bend that low to get the hop card out. So I plan to continue to meet with them as we work on the designs, but items like that we are able to incorporate into the specification for the new ticket vending machines.
Good. I'm glad to hear that the CAT is on assignment on this one. And again, a testament of gratitude to all of our partners that are serving on that committee. And finally, another one with regards to user experience. The fare capping program is a really powerful instrument to encourage folks to ride and hit that cap. But I'm also hearing that perhaps they're only able to leverage that fare capping program with a registered hop card. Could you please could you clarify for myself, the board, and the public a little bit on whether fare capping is still available, whether or not you register the card, as well as whether or not you're using the like Apple Pay functions, just so that riders know when and where that fare capping program is applied?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So, and to my earlier response, registering, the benefit of registering the card is balance protection. Only if you lose your card. But fare capping is available to everybody with a hop card. So that first slide that showed all the varieties of hop cards, both on your phone or physical hop card, fare capping is available to anyone who purchases stored value and uses stored value on their card to tap. It's also available to our riders who use a credit or debit card. So if you tap your credit card twice over the course of one day to pay for transit, you will receive a one-day fare cap for that piece of media and be able to ride the remainder of the day with that card. We've also just rolled out a 1 month fare cap for contactless bank cards. So it doesn't apply to the institutional programs that Dr. Lewis brought up. We sell monthly passes and one-year passes through our institutional programs, but it applies to all of our direct-to-consumer or direct-to-rider channels.
Thank you for clearing that up. And a word of encouragement to our community benefit organizational partners. These programs are very powerful instruments for our riders. They help offset the cost, especially if you're transit dependent, and the extent to which our community partners could help get that information to the public. It'll really be helpful to help make sure that they're taking advantage of the benefits of registering the card, as well as hitting that fare cap. So thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation today. Are there any other comments or questions before we move to vote on this resolution? Okay, so we have moved, seconded, discussed. Now it's time to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. And I'm using a gavel for this one so I can get used to it. Okay, the motion carries. Next, let's move along with our business. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd like the board to consider Resolution 23-09-47, authorizing a contract with LECIP Incorporated for TriMet's farebox replacement project. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
So thank you for Stan, Sophia, and Ethan as well. President Gonzalez, members of the board, TriMet believes it's important to maintain a system for cash fare collection on our transit system. Continuing to allow people to pay their fare with cash contributes to equity. And we have to acknowledge that not everyone can access independently use our HOP Fast Pass. So TriMet collect $7.4 million in cash fare revenue last year for fiscal year 22. The fare boxes that are currently in use on our buses have been there since 1989. Let me go back and say that. So the fare boxes have been on our buses since 1989. Like our ticket vending machines, the fare boxes were refurbished about 10 years ago, but these devices are so old, it's very hard to source parts for regular maintenance and repairs. The purpose of this resolution is to authorize a contract with a vendor to replace fare boxes across our bus fleet. Today, we currently have 752 buses with new electric beginning to arrive early next year. So TriMet used a competitive request for proposal to identify a vendor for this contract. LECIP proposal received the highest score and presented the best overall value to TriMet. And I'll note that this firm is also who CTRAN, our next door transit system, uses to collect fare. So taking a look at diversity, LECIP has 12 employees. More than 41% identifies minority. More than 41% identifies female. In addition, LECIP has shared plans to use subcontractors for about 9% of the work. One of their subcontractors is a certified minority-owned business, and two others are seeking DBE status with the state of Oregon. So the resolution seeks authorization for a contract with LECIP for $11.1 million. The amount came in significantly lower than TriMet's independent cost estimate of $14.7 million. So funding is included in our FY24 through 27 capital budget for the Finance and Administrative Services, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. And before we get into discussion, is there a motion to approve the resolution?
I move to approve. Kim?
Thank you, Director Kim. Is there a second? Director Frisbee has seconded. We have a motion and a second. And now, any discussion before we move to a vote? Okay, I think in a similar vein. Again, much of the same comments from the previous session. I think user experience is really the impact here. The extent to which we can leverage our committees, ensure accessibility, and in the rollout, leverage our community partners. This is all going to help ensure that our users are given a chance to heard and be heard and to be brought along in these changes. At the end of the day, these are going to be felt by our riders in the change to the built environment. Maybe the slots are a little higher, a little lower, and whatnot. But in the end, I hope that all of this is helping bring greater reliability in the system, and sure enough, to the hardware behind it. Thank you. With that, I'd like to move us to a vote. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 23-09-47, please do so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. We move forward. Thank you very much once again. All right, next, we're getting through our board business. Thank you, folks, for your perseverance. Next, the board will consider Resolution 23-09-48, authoring a contract with David Evans and Associates for cross-mall turn-back design services. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
So President Gonzalez, members of the board, this resolution is an opportunity to address challenges and increase the resiliency and reliability of our MAX blue and red lines. Planned and unplanned service disruptions to the lines in downtown can be very challenging to overcome in a timely manner, lead into long delays. And I can tell you from experience, as we were going through our protests in downtown, it was very challenging to be able to deal with some of the service disruptions. A new turn back on First Avenue would allow our trains to loop between Yam Hill and Morrison Street. So basically Yam Hill going eastbound, turn on the First, and then loop back to Morrison Street, providing long-term solution during disruptions, helping to improve efficiency, increasing our on-time performance, and also reducing the amount of time that it takes to recover normal schedules. The project would also facilitate MAX service during construction of the earthquake-ready Burnside Bridge. It will decrease the impact of MAX disruptions related to the steel bridge and reduce the impact and duration of disruptions when there are issues on the east side of the Willamette River. TriMet used a competitive request for qualifications to select David Evans and Associates for this project. I'll note that David Evans was the only firm to submit a proposal, and that's likely due to the highly specialized scope of this work. The firm is the top rail girder expert in the state of Oregon. The resolution before you would authorize a 5-year contract at the amount not to exceed $2.55 million. The amount is included in our FY24 engineering, construction, and planning capital improvement budget. Taking a look at diversity, David Evans has about 970 employees. Its workforce is about 17% minority and 33% female. In addition to the firm plans to use a certified firms for about 20% of the work, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Let's see here. There may be some questions coming, so before we get into the discussion, I'd like to open it up for a motion. Do we have a motion to approve this resolution?
We've already moved and seconded.
Did we do that?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Did we do that? Oh, my goodness. I'm seeing confusion on my side, too. Okay. I don't have a motion or a second. Yeah, that was 47.
I'm so sorry.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right. Is there a
I second.
Director, okay, Director Kim, you move to
I move,
approve.
yes.
Director Lewis has seconded.
If I'm not-
We are all on the same planet once again. And with a move and a second, I'd like to move us now into a discussion. Fellow board members, do you have questions or comments before we move to a vote? I do have a question. Clearly, there's some efficiency gains in this activity. Are there other areas in our system where we have this turnback condition currently?
Sean, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I think I can answer that maybe a little indirectly, if you'll forgive me. But the reason this project's being brought forward is because of a system-wide study of the MAX operation that resulted in a prioritized list of improvements that would increase system resiliency. And on that list were things like this particular turn back, but also electrifying switches at pocket tracks to decrease the amount of time it takes to move trains from one track to another, changing configurations at terminuses so that trains that are laying over are not needing to be moved in order for trains that might be disabled to come in and use that storage. And so this is sort of the first project that's resulting from that larger analysis that looked at these issues. And my expectation and hope is that as we're successful delivering this, the agency will decide to continue bringing the next highest priority of that kind of type project forward for delivery, because as General Manager DeSue said, these are the kind of projects that do really go directly to on-time performance and directly to operational resiliency, which is the amount of time it takes to recover schedule after a service disruption. Specifically, the details of this exact turnback and how it works, there are other locations where the current turnback operation essentially requires the train to cross over and reverse run into the next station. Okay. And then that requires the operator actually change ends. And so what's fundamentally different here is this will just connect two one-ways, so we won't have any operator change. The train could literally just flow from the eastbound to the, from the eastbound to the westbound track. And that operation of having to kind of cross over reverse run, it's not particularly common, but I believe there are another couple locations where that occurs in our system. I hope that answers.
It does help, and not my bailiwick, I'll be frank. But when I heard about this, the first question in my mind was, why would we ever do that to begin with? So I'm glad that we're taking some measures now to increase the efficiency and address the issue. As we transit plan, hopefully these lessons help ensure things we can do at the design stage to never have to come back to these types of remedies.
I appreciate that. Steel bridge lifts. Steel bridge is inoperative. We can't drive trains over the top of it. So we need to have a very efficient way to be able to turn them, to send them back in a different direction. And with this turn back, I can tell you between staff and conversations, this is going to be something that's going to be greatly, and I could bring our COO up and tell you this is something that we truly need.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, I would like to say, first of all, my name is Sean Batty. I'm the Director of Design and Construction, which is one of the 3 departments in our engineering and construction division. And one of the roles I actually have is to be the chapter lead for TriMet design criteria. The location we're looking at was the earliest part of our system. And we are actively and always looking at lessons learned, both from operations and from project delivery, and looking at opportunities to improve our design criteria. And one of the things I'm very focused on is learning from operations what is a more ideal number of locations for track turnbacks and crossovers. And this is, I think, an opportunity that flows from this project to really look at that and make sure for future projects our design criteria are a little more clear what works for us, how many opportunities we need to turn back, and the specific configuration of those turnbacks that are the least disruptive to operations. So I just wanted to offer that.
Thank you. Thank you. I see there's a comment, Director Frisbee.
Sorry to chime in at the end, but supportive of this project and have been on the max at several instances when I can imagine this would have speeded up processes. So, excited to see that impact. I guess what I would flag is, I know for this location in particular, but as you talk about, future projects off this list, I know this is an area where the city of Portland has either been putting in or intending to put in a series of measures to improve safety or smooth traffic flow. And I would just hope, and I am sure we are, working closely with our partners in moments where we're going to be tearing up the street. As we put it back together, how can we help meet some of their goals? How can we make sure our goals are being met? How can we leverage that moment? Nothing is more annoying, I will say, as someone who moves around the city, when something gets torn up and put back together and torn up and put back together. And hopefully we can all help our partners out at this moment.
Absolutely. The City of Portland is going to be a formal and informal partner. They will issue permits for this project, and in the future we expect to bring a procurement methodology forward that goes directly to making sure that we can minimize disruptions to the traveling public during construction. So thanks for that comment.
Very helpful. Thanks for the comment, Director Frisbee. And I see no other comments. I want to briefly acknowledge the role David Evans and Associates is going to be having in this. It's great to have you in our backyard and be able to work with TriMet in this capacity to make this improvement. And I simply want to acknowledge that as our sole vendor, you have brought forward a plan to subcontract with some state-certified MWESB firms, which helps reinforce the community benefit of this work. The talent is not only local, but you get to build the capacity of our supply chain in the process. I personally consider that very important work. It's not just the fixing of the physical assets, but it's in the reinvesting in our supply chain in our region that's going to help make this all stronger for us all. So kudos to that. It's still something that remains on our radar, and it's wonderful to see you bringing a plan forward that has those partners already positioned. So I just wanted to add that and acknowledge your commitment to the values that TriMet brings forward in its work. With that, I'd like to move us then to a vote. And we do still have quorum. So all of those in favor of approving Resolution 23-09-48, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? And a point of order, I'm not sure if Director Kim qualifies as an abstention or if they're not recorded as a vote. Okay. Well, as that's how it stands. He was here for the motion. I think that works out okay. All right, well then, the motion passes. Thank you very much for the presentation. And it's this kind of work that helps with the on-time performance. So we will feel the benefits of this. All right. Next, our board will consider Resolution 23-09-49, authorizing a contract with RINU Incorporated, DBA Reitmeyer, for on-call HVAC, ordinary repair, maintenance, and minor alteration services. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
Thanks, President Gonzalez, members of the board. The purpose of this contract is to authorize a contract with the vendor who will maintain our HVAC system on roughly 20 buildings that are included in TriMet's Facilities Maintenance Department. These systems are required regular repairs and maintenance. TriMet has outsourced this work for a number of years. If approved, the contract would authorize the use of on-call repair and maintenance service by Reitmeyer. The firm was selected through a competitive request for proposals. This resolution would authorize a contract for $1.12 million to provide on-call services over a 5-year term. This amount is included in our facilities management operating budget for FY24 through FY25. Taking a look at diversity, Reitmeyer has 26 employees, 21.4% identify as minority, 7% are female. I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Before we go into the discussion, do we have a motion to approve this resolution? Thank you, Director Frisbee. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Director Kellogg. We have moved and seconded, and now for board discussion, do we have any questions or comments about this resolution? I do have a question, and this is perhaps a little inside baseball, but I just wanted to see if someone had any comment or feedback on the bidding process for this particular proposal. I noticed we did have two bidders in this case, and it didn't become evident to me why one of the bidders had non-applicable for some of the final scoring, and I didn't know if that was for a non-responsive bid or if there was something else that would have prompted that.
Hey, good morning. My name is Les Spittler. I'm the Director of Procurement Supply Chain. Good morning, or is it afternoon yet? President Gonzalez, members of the board. So when we evaluated the two proposals, we determined that the Just Right Heating and Cooling was not within the competitive range. And so when we evaluate proposals, we look at technical proposals first. We come up with the technical score, and then we determine a competitive range and open price proposals. So because they weren't determined to be in the competitive range, we did not open their price proposal. So that is why they have a NA in that category.
Thank you. And while we're on the subject, is it customary for us to provide bidders who come into that situation feedback regarding the bid? Does that happen after award, or is there a mechanism for bidders to learn from their experience with TriMet?
Yeah, we always offer a debrief after contract award. So we've already reached out to Just Right Heating and Cooling and have scheduled a meeting for them to come in and learn, if they submit a proposal again in the future where they could improve their proposal. So hopefully they take advantage of that, but we do offer that every time.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really good to know. I think from our vendor and supplier community, it's a benefit that behooves us to take advantage of as we try to get closer to doing business with TriMet. It's encouraging to know that we are receiving bids from local bidders, and it'd be great to know that they're trying to figure out how to use these experiences to learn and become more competitive or more likely to get to that award stage. So thank you. I appreciate that. Any other comments, questions? All right. Well, for all of those in favor of approving Resolution 23-09-49, please do so by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
One abstention.
One abstention, for the record. Thank you, Director Edwards. Okay, well, motion carries. Thank you very much. Thanks for answering those questions. All right. Now, the board will pause, or we do have one more resolution. Do we bring that in now, or do we pause? Point of order. Thank you. So we will go ahead and pause. We do have that resolution that was brought out of the consent agenda, which we'll be bringing back for board business. But for now, I'm going to pause the board business and convene as the TriMet Contract Review Board in order to consider Resolution 23-09-50. Authorizing a contract-specific special procurement exemption for LED lighting removal and installation services. The board must act in its role as the TriMet Contract Review Board in order to consider and approve a resolution of this nature. And if it is approved, the resolution will allow TriMet to conduct a special contract procurement that will be exempt from the ordinary competitive bidding requirements of Oregon public contracting law. Such a procurement is allowed by state law and our Contract Review Board rules. And before we get into things, Mr. General Manager, your comments.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, the next resolution to come before you this morning seeks to fill a gap in our ongoing LED lighting retrofit project at TriMet facilities. If you'll recall, this project has been underway since 2020. It started in response to findings that the lighting at Center Street and other facilities was not code compliant, and either at the end of or well past its useful life. The LED lighting products for the project were purchased according to the State of Oregon pricing agreement. However, TriMet does not have a contract in place for the removal of existing and installation of new lighting. We have tried on more than one occasion to conduct solicitations for these services, but due to receiving very few responses, we've been relying on existing on-call contract funds. Those funds have been nearly exhausted, and as a result, TriMet must undertake a new contract solicitation for the specialized electrical work years early than initially estimated. While acting in the capacity of the TriMet Contract Review Board, board directors may authorize a special procurement exemption if it meets certain requirements. Among them, whether the exemption promotes public interest in a way that could not feasibly be realized through the competitive bidding process. Approval of this resolution will allow TriMet to conduct a special solicitation that is exclusively for contractors certified by Oregon's Certification Office for Business Inclusion and Diversity, also known as COVID. Staff had already worked and conducted market research and outreach and have identified a pool of COVID firms that can perform the work. It's also been budgeted in our Facilities Management Department annual budget, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? So moved, Director Frisbee. Is there a second? Director Lewis. We have moved and seconded. Does anyone wish to make a comment before we vote? Just a general question. I know you addressed it briefly in your comments, General Manager. What do we hope to accomplish with the special procurement pathway that we've proposed? And yes, Les, thank you for coming out. Perhaps you're our best responder for this one.
Sure, my pleasure. Good morning again, Les Spittler. Sorry, good afternoon. Les Spittler, Director of Procurement Supply Chain Management. So as General Manager Dessou explained, we had started, the facilities maintenance has started this work in 2020. We were using an on-call electrical contractor to do a lot of the removals and installations. That was really eating into their contract value. And that contract requires infrared scanning and arc flash studies. And so what we learned in the previous on-call electrical contract is that there's not a lot of companies that have the ability to do that. It's costly to invest in that equipment and those licenses and certifications. So we felt like by separating the body of work for the LED lighting from the larger on-call scope of work, we would accomplish many things. We would allow more contract capacity for that more technically qualified work, and we would also be able to provide an opportunity for a small COVID electrical firm to come in and do this work. From what I understand, there's about 2,000 of these light fixtures that need to be removed and installed. And so while each job individually is not very big, in the aggregate, it represents a large opportunity. And so we've done a lot of outreach to those COVID certified firms to garner interest. And we have a large pool that is ready to respond. And we feel like if we were to put this out on the open market, it'd be very hard for a COVID certified firm to compete. And so by creating this, or by asking for a special procurement exemption and creating this limited pool, we feel like we can provide the ability for a small firm to grow their capacity through technical assistance through this type of work, and so that, you know, in the future, they might be able to respond to our on-call electrical solicitation in the future.
Thank you. And it wasn't explicit in the resolution itself, so I'd love to hear a little bit about what whether we are obligated. I know that there's a pool of COVID certified firms potentially, but through this procurement channel, are we saying to the market that we are only going to go with COVID certified firms? Are you held to that through this resolution, or what will it look like as far as the commitment to COVID certified firms through this procurement channel?
Yeah, so only COVID certified firms will be able to respond. So we will market that heavily so a non-certified firm does not waste their time. So yeah, we'll make sure that we outreach and we state that clearly in the solicitation.
Thank you for making that clear. I think that bodes well for creating those new opportunities and to grow our supply chain. I appreciate you bringing this forward. Any other? Oh, yes, we do have a comment. Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That just makes me think of a question. If I'm a COVID certified firm today, then I will be considered. Is there no time frame, or I have to be a COVID certified firm a year, 6 months prior to considered?
At the time of submitting a response, you would need to have your COVID certification. So when we receive responses to the solicitation, we haven't issued it yet. So we will reach out to those firms that we've already identified. The firms that aren't certified, we will, make sure that they get their applications in. We may even reach out to the COVID office of the state. We do that from time to time to let them know that we have this solicitation coming out. And if they can prioritize those applications, we would ask them to do that. But we do require certification at the time of submitting a response.
So there's no history or prior experience required?
I think the experience, we might do an RFP versus a low bid. If we do a request for proposal, that would allow for one of the companies who's responding to talk about their qualifications, their experience. Oftentimes we do ask for a minimum number of years experience for the firm, or a key person in the firm to have that minimum number of years experience. So typically it's 5 years. Sometimes we reduce it to 3. But I think if you are a certified firm and you have the licenses required to perform this work, we would accept that as you being qualified to perform the work.
Okay, thank you. I just would hope that we'd have some consistency there and be a little bit more stringent.
And making sure that a requisite number of years experience?
Yeah.
Okay. We can definitely look into that. We can talk to
whatever it is, 6 months, a year, whatever the case may be. I wouldn't want somebody to think that they can be non-COVID yesterday and then COVID today and they can perform.
Okay, understood. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your comments, Director Kellogg.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. I know this is just a contract about removing light bulbs, but it's a special procurement, and so as an attorney and as a fiduciary here, I feel a responsibility to kind of ferret this out. And I want to thank General Counsel Devine. We had a nice long discussion about this, but we're proceeding under ORS 279B.085. And I see there are 2 options there, 1 in 2. And 1 has 2 elements, unlikely to encourage favoritism and reasonably expected to result in substantial cost savings. So we are not taking that approach. Is that correct?
So we actually believe that this special procurement is addressing A as well as B1 and 2. In the last solicitation where we solicited for on-call electrical services, because we had the arc flash studying and the infrared scanning, we only got 1 proposal.
Right.
And so in that environment, because of the requirements in the scope of work, there was reduced competition. Mm-hmm. And so by pulling this body of work out, identifying firms up front, we feel like we'll get a lot of competition, nor do we feel like we are encouraging any type of favoritism because we've identified so many firms that are interested and capable. As far as reduced cost savings, again, because we were using that on-call electrical firm before who had the equipment and the technical capabilities to do the arc flash and the infrared scanning, Their hourly rate included the overhead for their ability to do that. And so by contracting for this body of work specifically, we feel like the hourly rates will actually be reduced and we will experience cost savings. And then the last one, as you know, is to promote the public interest. And so we feel like we're leading with equity here and prioritizing firms that have been, historically underrepresented and underutilized.
Okay. So, and I understand all that, but I think it's a bit apples to oranges. We're talking about this on call versus, just a limited engagement for reducing light bulbs. But we're saying only co-bid people who are going out to bid for the reduced light bulb. What if there is a non-co-bid small light bulb removal company that would do it for 20% less?
That is possible. I would just say, sort of anecdotally, there is a huge push in the public contracting space to encourage firms to get certified by co-bid. That is one way that they can set themselves apart from non-certified firms. There's also a Senate Bill 1047 that takes effect in January of 2024 that increases thresholds for the public contracting code, but also there's a lot of directive for state agencies and local contracting agencies to prioritize opportunities for co-bid firms. So there could be that opportunity, but.
And the reason I ask is we've gone through several other public contract letting evaluations, and they all include a diversity element. And so why this can't just be a normal procurement that includes a diversity element so that we respect that noble goal instead of making it a special procurement? That's where I see the disconnect.
Yeah, we've presented these special procurements 3 times in the past couple years to the board. We have a contract coming in October for bus shelter maintenance, repair, and installation where we did this exact same thing. We excluded the pool to co-bid firms. We got a lot of competition and we felt like it was the right thing to do. So instead of competing this opportunity on the open market and allowing a large electrical firm to come in and do the work and maybe subcontract a small portion of it, we are guaranteeing that 100% of this work go to a co-bid certified firm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Director Kellogg, and I really appreciate you taking the opportunity to look for ways to solicit to our emerging market community, to use that term very, very loosely. In the prime contracting world where we have those 20% goals, it's customary to have the concept of right sizing and finding the right amount of work to break out so that it becomes an accessible stepping stone for those emerging partners. And it sounds to me in a similar vein, this is a right-sizing exercise to eliminate requirements from the scope that might preclude those partners from coming at all and providing a pathway for them to step forward. My hope, my anticipation is that through this process, we are able to find vendors that are doing business with TriMet for the first time to be able to use this to not learn the LED light bulb replacement world, but to learn the TriMet procurement pipeline world, because that has its own lessons to learn. So thank you for bringing that forward. Any other questions or comments before we move to a vote? All right. With that, if you are interested in approving Resolution 23-09-50, please do so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
We have 1 no. And any abstentions? All right. The motion is approved. Thank you very much. All right. Now, the TriMet Contract Review Board, after this vote, must adjourn in our capacity as the Contract Review Board and resume as the TriMet Board of Directors. So we will reconvene as the TriMet Board of Directors for the balance of this meeting. And the next item in our docket is an ordinance. It's ordinance number 375, and it's not the final matter for the day because we do have one more resolution, but I'll go ahead and keep us on our agenda. We are going to now consider ordinance number 375, which amends the TriMet Code, Chapter 19, to allow current and former board members of the United States Armed Forces to qualify for honored citizen fare. This is the first reading and public hearing. I will ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to read the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, Mr. Board President. Ordinance number 375 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, amending TriMet Code Chapter 19 to allow current and former members of the United States Armed Forces to qualify for honored citizen fare. This is the first reading and public hearing.
Thank you very much. Now, before we hold the public hearing on ordinance number 375, Mr. General Manager, do you have any additional comments? Would you like to call anyone to address questions from the board?
I do. Thanks, President Gonzalez, members of the board. As a veteran of the United States Army, you all know that this is very important and personal for me. I believe it's time for TriMet to expand our Honored Citizen Fare program to people in our community who served and have served their country honorable. By adopting this benefit, we will be able to improve opportunities for active duty and veterans to access health care, educational services, and jobs via transit. So I have today with us here Jamie Surface. She's our senior coordinator for our fare policy program. She's here to give us a little bit of insight on the proposal. So Jamie, I'll turn it over to you.
Maybe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. We're bringing forward as, thank you, Sam. Good afternoon, President Gonzalez and members of the board. We are requesting a proposal to expand the honored citizen qualification to involve the active duty and veterans in the United States Armed Forces. Please advance. At the April 26, 2023 board meeting, Dale Thaler of the American Legion Post 2 presented testimony during the public forum regarding the acknowledgement of our veterans in our Honor Citizen program. We met with him the following month and we talked with him about his proposal. We have the public forum, we had it here today. We listened to our public as a public organization. That's important to take those things into consideration. So we met with him in May, we talked about it in June, and so this has transpired quite quickly. And we have moved forward to be able to request this. What is unique about this is that we are going to be moving forward, if this goes forward through the ordinances, to present the fare reduction for both active duty members of the military as well as those who are veterans. The benefit would allow them to partake of our current honored citizen category with a 2.5-hour daily fare and the 2.5-hour fare and the daily fare, and a 72% benefit of savings off of fare capping with our monthly pass product as well. Where we come in here is that the fare is very unique in that we are actually offering this to both active and the veterans, and this is something that is not widespread at all. Veterans pass or veterans benefit in general is not offered very frequently. I found just over about 24 agencies that do offer a benefit to military service folks, and there were only 3 who offered it to both active duty and to veterans alone. So we would be the first large agency to be able to offer that benefit to both veterans and active duty. As we look at the financial impact, we were trying to assess, one of the things is the demographic is not known. We don't collect that information. We did hear from David Holt this morning regarding the total numbers of veterans in the state of Oregon and those that are within the Tri-County region. I broke this down into the category of 18 to 64 because that is the age category for our standard adult fare. So this does not include the number, which is significant for those veterans who are 65 and over. We anticipate that with the individuals of about 61,000, including active duty, that if they took an average 4 rides a week, there will be an estimated lost revenue of $122,000 per month. The estimate, it is a nice round number. Statistically, people like really nice round numbers. Veterans in general in this area, though, they do represent only 3.5% of our Tri-County population. And we consider this to be an overall good investment to be able to expand ridership and opportunities. Advance, please. We did a Title VI evaluation on this, and the proposal to include veteran and active duty qualification does not present any disparate impact or disproportionate burden to any individuals who are minority or experiencing low incomes. As we continue to look into the information, we did find that 10% of veterans have incomes below the designated federal poverty level, and there are some different channels for we do have our reduced fare program that we offer for those with incomes that qualify, and sometimes there isn't an overlap and there is a disconnect. And so we hope that with not only expanding this veteran program, we'll be able to also provide greater insight and greater openness to the reduced fare program that we have. So we'll be able to provide that as well. We find that 11% of veterans between the ages of 18 and 64 do live in households that report food insecurity, and veterans representing racial groups other than white do report higher levels of housing instability. Black and African American veterans are considerably overrepresented among veterans experiencing homelessness. They comprise about 31% of the veterans who are experiencing homelessness. As we work with our outreach and community engagement, we are focusing our outreach with our identified community-based organizations. We have 22 current community partners who are servicing veterans, and we are also in collaboration with the VA. We are also working with a Veterans Employee Resource Group to expand beyond the community organizations we do have, as well as our current 22 community partners. We will also be working on a marketing and digital campaign that will be focused on reaching and targeting the veterans and those who are active duty in our community. The Honor Citizen Expansion launch, the ordinance itself, if we do get this approved for the first and second ordinance reading under the own ordinance guidelines, it does require a 60-day implementation date range. However, with former fare code changes that have been passed via ordinance this year that are taking effect January 1, this ordinance will take effect January 1st, 2024. However, with this program itself and our own general manager, who is a veteran himself, it was his desire that we would have this be able to be present and to do the launch for this on the day of Veterans Day, which is observed this year on November 10th. And under Sam's guidance and direction of this, he would like to see this be able to come and start under a promotional fare under the Fare Code Ordinance of 1940 to be able to launch a promotional program on this to come into effect November 10th.
Thank you very much. And I do see we will have some questions and comments. Please, Director Way.
Thank you, and really just appreciate this ordinance and special care for folks in our armed forces being brought forward. I have family members who are in the reserves currently, so does this apply to folks who are also in reserves?
Absolutely, because they're technically considered active duty. They do not have the DD 1020. What's the form? DD 2204? DD 214, since they do not have the discharge forms that do qualify them as a veteran, that is why we are extending it to active duty who would have a military ID, and those who are reservists do have a military ID that they could present to be able to partake of this fare.
Thank you. And so can you just say the process, if they do bring their military ID, how would that work? And then if this goes into effect on Veterans Day?
Yes, the application will go live on November 10th, and individuals who would like to partake of the program would provide their discharge form or an identification that states their, like so that they can have, a veteran and their ID, and they would bring their discharge form to state that they are in good standing with the discharge. We are extending it to not only those who are honorably discharged, but those who are in good standing with their discharge as well. And they would bring the form, they would bring their identification, their form, and fill out the application at our CSC located at Pioneer Square, and they would be presented their Honored Citizen Reduced Fare Card.
Great, thank you.
Very good. Director Edwards, and then Director Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I am in favor of this, but however, I don't think it goes far enough. I spoke to the general manager and through the chair. I would like to, and legal counsel tell me if I'm inappropriate here, but I'd like the general manager to consider the impact regarding the budget and Title VI of having a fairless proposal for veterans and active duty military. I don't think that our veterans or active duty military are treated with respect in this country the way they should be. I think TriMet can perhaps set the bar a little bit higher and compensate them accordingly. I mean, that's not compensation in any respect, but at the same time, I think they should be able to ride free for their service.
Thank you, Director Edwards.
A point of order, are you suggesting an amendment to this ordinance?
Yes.
Because what that would require would be, first of all, a vote to amend, and then we'd have to reset the clock. We'd have to revise this, bring it back to you for a first reading in October, because we can't make any substantive changes now that we've had the first reading, but we'd come back for a different first reading. That would delay, of course, the start time of any.
And I anticipated that, but I'd rather do it right than have to redo it. So I'm making a motion for an amendment.
Okay, so that there are some comments happening right now regarding this particular ordinance. I'd love to address the comments of the specific ordinance if they are still pertinent before we move to the motion of the amendment. I've got to deal with the motion? Awesome. This is the new stuff for me. Okay, we have a motion here. Could you please state the motion and the amendment so we have it clear on the record, please?
The motion is to amend this ordinance to provide free, fairless transit for active and veterans of the military.
Thank you. Do you have any clarification questions on that? Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay. Director Kellogg has seconded. And before we go to a vote on that, is there any discussion or questions about it? Yes, Director Edwards.
Again, this is an emotional topic for me. I know I'm not a veteran, but I know veterans, and I'm amazed at how the veterans are treated in this country, such as mental health care or aftercare after they've served in the military, in war zones or been exposed to those areas, you know, going out of the country or sometimes here at home. They are not treated with the due respect that I think that they deserve. I think that TriMet should be participating in something, setting a precedent perhaps, so that our veterans are respected and treated with dignity that they deserve. If it wasn't for the veterans, we wouldn't have the country that we do have. So I just wanted to share that.
Any other comments, Director Lewis?
Thank you, Director. I know there's a lot of time and energy. Thank you for your bringing this forward, and to all, you know, in your department who pushed this forward. But I like to see us as a board raise the bar on this, and so I'm in favor of Director Keith's comments on let's go all the way. I mean, considering how few other agencies support their veterans, let's set the bar. Let's go all the way.
Director Kellogg?
I just want to concur with the general sentiment of the concerns, but I want to clarify we're voting on an amendment to consider, not an amendment to adopt.
Correct.
Right? Because it's brand new. And
correct.
So this will come back as a first reading where we'll then have a chance to substantively discuss it.
Right.
Director Frisbee?
I had the same clarifying question.
We are in strong with Robert's Rules of Order. I'm really glad. Director Way?
Thank you. I just want to also echo Director Edwards' comments of us being leaders in this sort of special recognition of folks who are often underserved and overlooked. And as the analysis provided, and as I'm sure we'll discuss for a second time around, there's a high percentage of homeless veterans as well, I think, who could be better served with what is on the table.
Director Lewis? Do you have a comment still? Oh, okay. Okay. I have a question. First of all, thank you for bringing this topic forward, for demonstrating some leadership in bringing the subject matter. I couldn't agree with Director Edwards more. We do not do enough to support, I think, the individuals that most earn the title of honored citizen in our country, and that is our veterans and those folks that serve in our forces. And so, to that end, I want to acknowledge that this is an important step in bringing them into the family and the suite of services that we subsidize. And there was, for a while now, I felt a little bit almost embarrassed at the fact that we didn't have an answer for our veterans as part of the subsidized fare programs. So, to my question, I noticed the financial impacts of this particular ordinance, the one that's been originally proposed, shows what we would potentially lose in revenue from estimating how many folks would take advantage of this new benefit. However, I did not see that there's an allocation of funding, much like in the way we've allocated STIF funds for the low-income fare program, for example. I just wanted to confirm for the record, there's no allocation of funding through our budget that's made in order for this program to be brought forward and proposed as is.
I would defer to Nancy Young Oliver, but I would say that this is something that I ask you to come forward, please.
All right, good morning, good afternoon.
We're
President Gonzalez and members of the board. So could you just restate your question? I want to make sure I'm answering the right thing.
The proposed fare reduction model prior to the amendment did not look like it provided any allocation of funding to support this program. It had more of an offset from potential revenue. I just wanted to see if that was indeed the case.
Yeah, you're not going to see a line item in the budget. You're going to look at it and say it's foregone revenue. Okay?
And thank you. And so based on that assumption, if I'm understanding correctly, an amendment to the resolution that would not reduce the fare but eliminate the fare would increase the financial impact in the same way as the lost revenue would be. It would just be more lost revenue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have a few other comments, but I want to please yield the floor. I know Director Frisbee has comments.
I just wanted to follow up. I really appreciate, first of all, I want to appreciate and acknowledge the work that has gone into this and the speed at which this has moved. Even if you were to not acknowledge the importance of honoring our veterans and our active duty service members, the response to a public comment moment, I think, is hopefully a valuable lesson for all of us and a reminder that we really are listening to the public comment discussion. And when you layer that on top of the importance of acknowledging the sacrifice and the work that our active duty members and our veterans have gone through, it's very moving. And I would just say, since the motion is for the consideration of a fareless system, what President Gonzalez highlighted is the question that I would have. I think one of the things we heard in the public testimony this morning is how important the current service is to the services and the locations and the centers that veterans are accessing frequently. And I am always very anxious about any action that potentially jeopardizes service. So I want to make sure that by honoring and acknowledging the sacrifice that people have made, we're not negatively impacting their current day experience in order to feel like we're honoring them, but actually impacting their day-to-day life in a negative way. So that would be my question, and just as a flag, as you prepare what sounds like maybe another report, that would be the question that I'm particularly interested in doing, and I assume all of my colleagues want to understand.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Do you have a response to that?
I just want to clarify, I think I maybe misheard you, Director Frisbee. You said a fairless system, and I didn't take it that that's what you were.
Thank you for that clarification. No, Director Edwards, I think, referred to it as like a fairless program for veterans, but essentially a system where they're not moved into the honored citizen role, but they are carved out and then charged no fare.
Thank you.
Director White?
I just want to just piggyback off of Dr. Frisbee's comment. Yes, I mean, I would absolutely love to see more of a robust analysis. I know we just, this is just been brought forward, but also would love to see just the robust financial impact, the analysis of, again, if we provide this option of no fares in collecting for veterans, just, again, what would be the cost impact in our budget?
Yeah, we can bring that back.
Thank you for the question. Yes, you have some
yes, thank you, President Gonzalez. I just wanted to bring up a couple points that I think we're forgetting out of sight, out of mind. We have a fare subsidy work group, and one of the groups we're focusing is veterans, to understand how are veterans being served across the country and what external resources are being used to buy down the cost of transportation for veterans. We believe that there are resources outside of TriMet across the country that we might be able to leverage to go even further than today's ordinance. So I want to keep that in mind. That's still about 6 months away. The other thing to consider is that we haven't done the analysis, but my initial thinking is that a free veterans program would not pass Title VI. It would be an unequal benefit because although, as you heard earlier, veterans do suffer from disproportionate connection to food insecurity and houselessness, on a whole, it's only about 9% of the veteran population that is considered low income versus regionally up to 17 or 18%. So we would be giving it an additional benefit, which of course is your purview, and we would have to do the analysis, but that would be my concern, is we would be setting a strange precedent. So just a little bit of background. 100% appreciate this. We've been working on this for a few months, but I hope just to inform your process.
Thanks for bringing that context, John. I have some additional thoughts on the matter. First of all, again, thank you for bringing this forward. I think there's a lot of benefit to acknowledging that this was a gap in our current portfolio of subsidies, and I see this as a step in the right direction, and one that, as proposed originally, sets up a very timely rollout that I think sets a very positive tone to the message we want to bring to the community. Does it go far enough? I don't believe it does, but I also fear that we may be leapfrogging one program for another. At a time when we have our fare subsidy work group in the trenches trying to figure out, a broader palette of solutions, and knowing that veterans are in the conversation of that fare subsidy program, I see a lot of benefit to leveraging this moment and the timeliness of it to be able to bring the veterans stakeholder group up to speed with our current fare subsidy programs. And I believe that our work is not done in looking at fare subsidy programs beyond where we are today. I think that there's still opportunities on the horizon to address the needs of our veterans, the needs of low income, and the needs of our general public and our youth in a much deeper, more meaningful way. So I don't consider this work to be done in today's conversation by any measure. I believe that there's a lot to be gained by taking the step as proposed now and not delaying the process. I'm not certain what will result from a formal Title VI analysis, but I appreciate you bringing that forward, being our resident expert on the matter. And so I fully support being able to come forward with the ordinance as proposed, but I'm here to serve at the behest of the agency and our board of directors to see what makes sense for the group now. From a point of order here, I believe the sequence of operations will be to vote on this amendment before we come back to whether we're voting on that ordinance or not. I will point out there is someone from the public that was prepared to present a statement today regarding this, the ordinance as originally proposed. So there's a few things out there in the procedural side of things that I'm going to learn here very soon. Director Kellogg.
Let's continue that education. I want to make a parliamentary inquiry. Given that we've got a motion to amend, can I make a motion to table that without resolving the motion to amend? Because I think here we don't want to send staff on an adventure that we later learn is, unable to be done but we can table this for now, have staff go back and do the analysis to say, is this even possible? And then if it is, we can pick that motion to amend back up at our next meeting. Is that doable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not without impacting the timeline.
Well, no, it's definitely going to impact the timeline.
Right.
But what he's suggesting is we had noticed and set a public hearing and had an ordinance on for today, ordinance 375 for a first reading. There's no vote today, but we do need to proceed with the first reading since we already did.
Correct.
And have our public hearing. And then to Director Kellogg's point, if you want to table the motion, grant that, and then we'll go back, it sounds like there's a lot of work that we need to do, including answering John's question about the Title VI, because that could definitely impact whether or not you guys want to go forward with a kind of an amended motion. We need that, we need the financial analysis, we have some other work to do that we didn't know until this last half hour, so.
Okay, so with that, I'll move to table the motion to amend.
Do we have a second to table?
Second.
We have a move and a second to table the motion amendment that was proposed. A discussion? Director Frisbee.
I'm going to have a Robert's Rules of Order dense moment. So I just want to clarify.
This is becoming Inception.
That this by tabling the amendment, moving forward with the ordinance, we allow potentially the ordinance to move forward in time for our recognition on Veterans Day in November, while staff further explores the impacts of a potential full fare subsidy, which could be adopted at a later point than the ordinance.
Well said. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
My eyes just uncrossed. Thank you. Well put. Thank you. Okay. So, is there any other discussion before we vote on the motion to table the amendment? For all of those in favor of tabling the amendment to the ordinance, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. The motion carries to table the amendment to the ordinance.
It's going to be some good-looking meeting minutes.
Now let me just peel back a second. Point of order. So now I believe what's next is that we are going to come back to the original ordinance and discuss it and to finish our discussion with it, and there's no vote, there's just a discussion.
No.
Okay. Correct. So we do, as I mentioned, we do have someone that has signed up on the public forum to speak on this particular ordinance as originally proposed. I'd like to invite them to come forward, but I want to make sure that before I do so that I've addressed any other comments or acknowledged questions from the board. Okay, I see I see that we're clear to go. So now I'd like to hold a public hearing on the ordinance number 375 as originally proposed and provided for in our board packet. And we have an individual by the name of Dale Tiffler. Pardon me if I've mispronounced your name. Dale, please join us here at the table. Very exciting Robert's Rules session for your comments.
Good afternoon. Is this on? We're good.
Yes.
Good afternoon, TriMet board members. My name is Dale Thaler, and I once again come from the far west reaches of the TriMet system, Forest Grove. I am an Air Force Vietnam era veteran and the Vice Commander of American Legion Post 2. I first came before you last April with a request that you consider honored citizen status for all our active duty and armly discharged veterans of the armed services. Thankfully, my voice did not fall on deaf ears, as we now have proposed Ordinance 325 that will do exactly that. I thank everyone in the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility that have worked diligently in this endeavor. We are still losing far too many veterans to suicide, nearly 3 times the average of the non-veteran population. The simple moniker, honored citizen, if the simple moniker honored citizen sways just one individual from going down that road, it's a win. For me, honored citizen status isn't about the cost to ride. I don't expect a free ride, and I'm not asking for one. It's about giving the recognition, the respect, and the gratitude to those who are willing to make sacrifices that allow every American opportunities that we enjoy, unparalleled freedoms like my right to speak here today, and for most of us to be able to sleep soundly at night. From my time spent in the Legion, one thing stands out. Every veteran has their own story, where their time and service took them, and the turns in life's road, so to speak. I'd like to share Andy's story. I met him just 2 weekends ago. As an adventurous young man, he entered the Marine Corps, served 6 years, and decided to get out and go on from there. He wanted to be a canine cop. Then came his day of separation. September 11th, 2001. Three months later, he was back in service, this time in the U.S. Army, where he spent the rest of his career as a canine handler. That day, many choose to step up and serve. 2 decades later, many of them are now eligible to retire and transfer to the civilian sector. They deserve honored citizen recognition. When soldiers return, sometimes they get parades. Sometimes they get spat on. Mostly they come home weary, hoping it was all worth it, and eager for a prosperous life ahead, though traumas and injuries will haunt many. I believe that recognizing the veteran and active service member as an honored citizen renders respect to all who served. But it also acknowledges the gratitude of America. And for our troubled servicemen and women, it will diminish the haunt and fortify the self-worth. Therefore, I urge all of you to support passage of this ordinance as a true and permanent thank you for your service. Thank you.
Mr. Thaler, Rest assured, your words do not fall on deaf ears. They land deep in our conscience, and as you've heard in today's testimony, the question is not whether the honored citizen status is a designation we want to bring our veterans into. It's just how deep we want to go there. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to invite, if there's anyone else who did not speak about the ordinance during this earlier public comment period and would like to testify, please come forward. And while folks are considering it, I'd like to check in the online universe. Do we have anyone who'd like to offer comments virtually? Okay. Okay, thank you. Meaningful words, and it sounds like it's going to create more robust conversation as the agency brings back this conversation at our next meeting. So thank you once again. And with that, unless there's some comments, General Manager DeSue, I'm not used to your hand being raised. Please.
I just want to let you know that I am grateful to this board. I'm emotional right now as a veteran as well. Sir, thank you for your service to our country, our freedoms that we have. And I can't say anything else other than what you stated. You stated it very well for all of us. Thank you.
We're all trying to hold it together, Sam. Thank you. Okay. With that, I'd like to announce that the public hearing is now closed. I will now pose the question to the board. Are there any other questions or further discussion regarding ordinance number 375 at this time? We will revisit the matter at our next board meeting. So thank you once again. There is no vote on the ordinance at this time. With the tabled amendment, we will have some discussions about information that can be brought forward. And I encourage the board in advance of the next meeting to bring any questions they have, any matter that's going to help us really uncover what the next step is going to be regarding this decision. Do not wait until the next board meeting. I think you can reach out to our staff and let them know how they can help us arrive at our decision. Thank you once again. I'm learning a lot in this meeting. Okay. Now, we do have one more item of business that we must address. We have the resolution that was brought out of the consent agenda, and that is a resolution, let me get the whole number here, 23-09-42. And this is a contract modification with Raymore Construction. Was originally in our consent agenda, and we brought it out now. So please, I'd like to open the floor for presentation of this, some general information, and I'll start with you, General Manager DeSue.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, Raymore Construction has been selected as the construction manager, general contractor for the Hollywood Transit Center project. It includes a public plaza, a new stair and a ramp structure, a new bus facility, as well as a site-built traction power substation. This resolution before you today requests authorization of a contract modification with Raymore to add $5.6 million contract authority and additional change order allowance. This will allow for procurement and long lead time items and other components of the job. This type of layered or buildable approach is typical with CMGC contracts. The board made a similar modification last February, and staff anticipates seeking a further modification in February of 2024 to add the balance of the construction work. So TriMet has sufficient funds in our FY24 budget for the work, and as you are all aware, Raymore checks all of the boxes on diversity. The firm has 64 employees, Its workforce is 71% minority and 17% female. In addition, Raymore intends to use certified subcontractors for 73% of the work, and I recommend your approval. Also, I've asked Sean Batty to come up to answer any questions, as well as our procurement director, if you would come up as well, just in case if there are questions here about this.
Thank you, and thanks for sticking around. Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern about this is more of a engineering and design issue regarding audible wayfaring. I spoke with the general manager about that, and just was concerned about making sure that that was part of the contract that's going on here.
Very specifically, it wouldn't be part of this modification necessarily, but audible wayfinding at the traffic signals at the crossing of 42nd and Halsey is part of the scope of work as required by the City of Portland outside of the Central Business District.
So it is not a consideration for the actual...
I'm slicing it kind of fine here, but the long lead items are really the traffic signal poles and cantilevers. Subsequently, when we negotiate the TCP, the balance of the equipment that would be attached to those poles would be procured at that time. But I think the central part of your question is, are we at the state of the art with the City of Portland standards, and will the audible warnings be part of the project at the intersection? And the answer to that is yes.
My concern is more about the passengers on transit that are sightless or sight impaired. And when they get off and on transit, they don't have the same recognition that the other passengers do. There's no audible wayfaring that goes on for them. Where if I can, there's a sign that's visible that says 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 3 minutes, or 1 minute till the transit is arriving. Okay. That is not something that's available to those that are either sight impaired or sightless.
Thank you. So we have jargon for everything. So that would be more what we would call audible real-time arrival and departure information. Thank you. We have in the scope of work for the project 3 real-time arrival displays, 2 associated with the bus shelters, and then 1 that will be installed in the adjacent affordable housing project. And those devices actually will have the capacity to issue audible alerts. But at this time, TriMet, at least my understanding is we don't have audible alerts going out in any other location on our system. And so I think your comments really bring back to staff the question about at the system-wide level, are we looking at adding audible alerts to our real-time arrival? I know that that's a consideration, but I don't have any specific timing of when we might adopt that. But because we're ordering equipment that would allow that to happen in the future, I think we still have the facility in here that would allow us to do this when TriMet is ready, has determined that that's something that we want to do on our system, and then are ready to roll it out.
Yes, again, I would hope so. We spent tons of money on the Powell improvements with no audible wayfaring at all, no audible signals.
I can speak to that a little bit. Director of Customer Experience, Nate Smith, thank you to the board for having me here this afternoon. So we're working on upgrading our displays throughout our system. One of the products that our vendor has developed now is a beacon device that can transmit an audible alert. So we're actually looking at implementing those to work in with our digital displays as well. That is something we can certainly explore with this project as well. So it's something that's just new to market with them very recently and should be available in December of this year.
Thank you. I would hope someday it'd be system-wide, but this is a great place to start.
Absolutely. And this is something we've been in conversations with CAT as well about, so that we can increase accessibility for our customers.
Thank you. Director Wayne?
I just really appreciate Director Edwards for asking the question around the audible accessibility, and also first time kind of hearing, surprising that we don't really have that integrated yet in our entire system. So that's that's good to note. I just want to clarify, so for this particular resolution that's in front of us, there will be an audible wayfaring component. I just want to clarify for the record that that will be considered.
Yep. My understanding is this procurement right now likely will include the real-time arrival signs.
Okay.
And I understand that those signs are compatible with an audible real-time arrival. So I would suggest you approve on that basis. Now, my team and Nate's team offline we will work together and confirm. And worst case, there may need to be some adjustments prior to installation. But I think these are with some integration checks and confirmation that the equipment is compatible with the software that we're going to be using. I think these are relatively modest changes, if they're changes at all.
Okay, thank you.
One last thing I'd add. We have two devices arriving next month for us to test as well. And so Sean and I can continue these conversations to develop further accessibility.
Great, thanks.
And quick comment, a point of clarification. There's a reason why this proposal originally was in the what are we calling it? The consent agenda as a contract modification. This is step, I believe, 2 of many steps. I haven't counted how many we are projecting forward, but as this project, which has multiple moving parts, gets clarified, we have already brought our partners forward. There's a lot of project activity happening on that site. Our developer partners working in parallel doing their stuff, and this becomes the next tranche of items that we know enough about to actually begin allocating those funds. So we're not done with the work yet. There will be subsequent work and subsequent contract modifications for this very same project that we should anticipate seeing in the not so distant future. So we will be able to continue to bring the conversations around latest technology, user experience to this process. And fortunately, Kat's eyes are on this, and the work of Kat is never done, because there's always ways to continue to improve how we make our system accessible beyond the regulated ADA standards. And there's newer and newer tools each day to make that possible. Are there any other comments or questions? I did catch a point of order that I missed. I still have yet to have a motion to approve this resolution. So I'd like to ask, we can continue discussion. We just missed one step in the process. Do I have a motion to approve resolution 23-09-42?
29, bro. Oh, it's 23.
Thank you, Director Way. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Lewis. It's been moved and seconded. We are welcome to continue our discussion and comments. I have some. I'm glad that this was pulled off the consent agenda, frankly, because this is one of those projects that I love being able to bring and shine some light on. I don't want it to go just brushed under the rug here, that Raymore has been a fantastic partner for many years, and if you look at their stats, I mean, the back of their baseball card is looking pretty phenomenal, with 81% minority on staff and over 70% of their contracted dollars going to COVID certified firms. They are a clear example of not just building the stuff we're asking them to, but investing in the community and investing in the supply chain. I can say firsthand that there's been many businesses impacted tremendously by that dedication of this prime contractor to the community. And I'm just glad to see that we have continued that relationship, that they're still willing to continue to work with us, and it's not for nothing, but those numbers we see them performing at are very rare to see. I can't. There's the second place is far far behind where they are performing. So I just wanted to highlight that and encourage the folks at Raymore that are out there listening, perhaps, that we take note, and the community certainly notices this impact. So I just wanted to add that to the mix. So thanks to give the opportunity to shine a light on this particular project. And I don't see any other questions or comments. So I'd like to now move us to the formal vote. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 23-09-42, please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for taking the time. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see here. Now I'm losing track of my pages. So with that, I believe if there is no other business to come before the board, then I'll go ahead and adjourn today's board meeting. All right. Our meeting is adjourned formally. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting is going to be on October 25th, 2023. Please note that we will be in Gresham for that next meeting. Thanks once again to our hosts here in Beaverton. It's a treat to be able to see the Macs passing back and forth throughout the meeting. It's quite a view. It's quite a view. Not all locations can claim that. So thank you once again. And I really appreciate that. And we're going to be in Gresham. We'll be in your backyard. We are adjourned. Have a great rest of your day, everyone.